Can we get? Okay, can we get Jesse? Can we get Jesse in the stream real quick? Can we get Jesse get in the stream real quick? Wow. I want the people to hear what you got to say. Yeah, he dropping stuff like I dropped Drake quotes on Damian before the show starts. How you gonna do that?
Man, let me go ahead and go. Hey, welcome to the program. Already in progress. Let's bring in Jesse here from the control room. You want to run that line by us one more time, Jesse?
Say that again.
Joe Namath in a red jersey.
Oh, stop it, fam. Stop it.
My guy never even hit 4,000 yards once.
Stop it.
Bless it.
Stop it. 4,000 yards. Who 4,000 yards in the 80s?
Hey, you throw Dan Marino on that team, they're winning the Super Bowl every year.
Welcome to Hot Take here on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Dan Marino couldn't even get to a Super Bowl again after he got smacked by Joe.
Because his owner never wanted to pay for decent players.
Ooh,
Dan Marino, Roger Craig, Jerry Rice, all those guys, he's winning it every year.
You got me wanting to pull up Joe Montana numbers here.
See, and the numbers aren't great. The numbers aren't great. Like I think Steve Young probably has better numbers than Joe Montana. Am I right on that, Jesse?
I'm not too familiar with Steve Young's numbers.
Steve Young is what, two or three time MVP? I think it's 2-time MVP.
Who, Joe or Steve?
Steve.
I think he's only one, right? I don't know. You would know better than I do. I don't know what I'm asking.
I may have that too. I'm not going to put a doubt. I'm not going to bet on that.
It's a hell of a way to start the live stream. Holy smokes!
Damn, you're 11:40.
Now we got to hold this off. I wrote this in for 3:00. We got to hold off. Let's see. Steve Young. Let's see. 3 Super Bowl MVP, 7-time Pro Bowler, first team 3 times. What am I looking for? MVP. Did he win an MVP? Oh, there he is twice. Yeah, 92 and 94. 92 and 94.
Oh my gosh, 94. One of the great.
Boy, I got a little bit of work to do here before 3:00. Wasn't expecting that. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We here.
What's good, man?
All right, here we go. Showtime, like radio showtime.
I'm the street sports outlet, legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
We in here, baby, and we are thrilled that you are here with us. Jamie Barling, Kenny Caraway, D-Lo and KC here, Thursday edition.
Yes, sir.
We got 4 hours with you. Deuce Mo coming up at 1:45. Plenty to talk about. Your Sacramento Kings get the victory tonight. We hope you'll jump in and watch the show here. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that you'll follow us at D-Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320 over there on Twitter. It's been quite an eventful start to the live stream. Is Jesse just throwing out something that gets Kenny all fired up? We're going to hit the pause button on that conversation.
Jesse.
But we're going to, he's got me thinking, though. I've got a little bit of research to do over the course of the next few hours because at first Jesse said something. I was like, whoa. I was like, wait a minute. Let's look a little bit further into this. So that's a tease for later on in the show, but obviously we'll start with the Sacramento Kings getting a win last night.
What'd you say? They got a what?
Oh my goodness, KC. The Sacramento Kings got a 123-120 victory last night over the Los Angeles Lakers. My bad. The Sacramento Kings got a 123-120 win over the Los Angeles Lakers.
What's their G League affiliate? The Rancho Cucamonga Lakers?
I believe that's what you called them yesterday. That might be a little bit too over the top disrespectful when you throw the Rancho Cucamonga tag on them.
Well, look, Damon, not to cut you off, it wasn't like that team's not going to the playoffs, right? But they had bona fide NBA players on that squad.
That Lakers team, yeah, most definitely.
And I say that to say, like everybody else, I was like, oh, well, D League affiliate, but Marcus Morris, Montrez,
Dennis Schroeder,
Kuzma,
and at least no random guy went off. Like, Kyle Kuzma is not a random guy. By the way, for those that are watching on the live stream, appreciate the shirt that you're rocking today, man. Thanks for that.
My man, I got a special delivery, man. I had to rock it.
More than a podcast shirt that he's rocking there on the live stream over on Twitch and YouTube.
Yes,
but
sir.
Kyle Kuzma is not a random dude. Dennis Schroeder's not a random dude. Montrezl Harrell, certainly. Montrezl Harrell's been owning a piece. Talk about Shaquille O'Neal owning a piece of the Sacramento Kings.
Gosh.
Montrezl Harrell has been owning a piece of the Sacramento Kings for a long time.
Man.
Last night was no exception, as that dude had 26 and 12. But none of that matters. And I'm genuinely the Kings won. And you know, we did courtside last night, and someone chimed in and said, you know, this is probably going to be a lot like the Detroit game. Like, the Kings are able to eke out a win. I feel like it's going to be like the Detroit game. This even a downgraded Lakers team without LeBron and Anthony Davis, that's not Detroit. But this game was a fight. It was a fight until the final possession, and the Sacramento Kings wind up winning. And I'm just like, is it yay? Is it boo? Is it whatever? Like, the Kings just kind of win, and it's like, okay. I don't think we realized, you know, the Kings really need to win this game. At least I didn't. I think you did. I didn't really realize it until we were doing courtside last night at about 6:30. I was like, wait a minute. The Kings can't lose this freaking game tonight. Like, they just can't with all of these guys out, all of these guys not playing, headed into the All-Star break. And I mean, it was a fight, probably a little bit closer than some Kings fans would like, but
yeah, a lot closer.
A lot closer.
Kuzma almost hit that joint.
Dude, he really did. That was a clean look that he got, man. And here you go. It exemplifies every conversation we have had about the Kings since Monday. They're not getting better defensively. They won the game last night. That's fantastic. They're not getting better defensively.
Nah, man. I was watching the game. I think they were at like 108. The Lakers were, something like that, with about 3-4 minutes to go. And I was like, well, BetQL looks like they're going to hold them like 112 or something like that.
Yeah.
Somehow the Lakers still got to 120.
Yeah.
Somehow. I mean, I don't. Can they
cover
keep
the spread
anybody?
too?
They did cover the spread. That was crazy.
+4 from BetQL yesterday.
I mean, they're not a defensive unit. And they're not going up against the Pistons. I can't even say the Knicks no more, because the Knicks put 140 on the head. They're not going up against the Pistons.
Yeah.
They're going to give up 115 to 125 easy.
Yeah. And so again, what are we talking about here? Like, if that's what the Kings are doing, giving up 120 last night to this is a team. What's wild about that? This is a team that in the Lakers. This is a team in the Los Angeles Lakers who played the night before, with LeBron, who scored 38, and I think they only scored like 100. What was it, 104?
Yeah,
or maybe they gave up 104. I don't know, but
they scored 104. I think it was.
But they put up 60. They were +16 without LeBron James the day after versus the Kings.
That's crazy, man.
One, it speaks to the defensive mindset of Monty Williams and the Phoenix Suns, and two, perhaps it speaks to the mindset of Luke Walton and the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
I feel like we've crapped on this win for 5 minutes.
Well, look, because initially you were trying to figure out like how you felt about the win, how you felt, like what you were looking for. I know I almost always want the Kings to win. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not in the position yet where even as much as I talk about Jalen Green and all this other stuff, I want the Kings to win first. Like,
you don't have your Tim Maxwell jersey on yet.
Nah, I don't have my Tim Maxwell, my Bryant West. I don't have that on just yet. I still want them to win. And crazy as it sounds, I still haven't ended all hope on this season yet. I haven't, Damien.
Okay.
I haven't ended up all hope on, a playing game scenario. So I still have to say those are typically the reasons why I want them to win. But last night, I would have felt, as a fan, as a Kings fan, I would have felt so embarrassed if they lost that game to the Lakers. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Like, I just mentioned all these NBA players that they had, and they're not scrubs. But the Kings basically at full force losing that game at the crib with the Lakers coming off a back-to-back. That would have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
Catastrophic.
You're
They
doing
were down
good.
big
By the
early,
way,
too.
this is day 2 of My Partner Is Not Drunk. If you weren't with us yesterday,
That was
Kenny,
the name of the show, too.
Yeah, Kenny
That was a good one, Jesse. That was a good one.
Kenny Caraway added Invisalign to his repertoire, so he's getting used to, 1, the discomfort of that tray, and 2, the ability to talk when you first get braces. So you're doing good.
The S's and the T's, they get a little dicey. They get a little dicey.
We had some fun last night on the chat with Sloan Stevens and a few other names out there. But if you weren't with us yesterday, we'll try to point out a couple of times that my partner is, in fact, not drunk.
Look, if you're on the chat, man, you see I got water next to me, man. This isn't tequila in here. Or what's the clear one? Vodka. This isn't vodka. This is water, okay?
Is he cracked open? See, he's having a tough time, man. He's having a tough time. That's all right. We're here for you, partner. We'll get you through this. One thing that we should point out, and we actually should probably spend a lot of time. Okay, before we do, our man Bryce on the chat's got a great suggestion.
Are we playing
here.
the music? Is this part of the music too?
We could try. Yeah, it's just I want to get to Buddy because Buddy was spectacular. Can you give us a Steven Strasburg?
Woo. All right, here we go. Steven Strasburg.
See, you know what it is you had time to kind of work it out a little bit. It's if we had to work Steven Strasburg into a sentence with your Nationals hat on today.
I'm wearing my Nationals hat, and then the National starting pitcher, Steven Strasburg.
There you go. Not bad. Yeah,
it's going to get better every day. I hope, at least.
For those who haven't had adult braces, this is an experience. It is a whole type of experience. So,
wait a minute, we can't leave just yet. Eric says, Taylor Horton Tucker.
Don't say that 3 times fast because I'm afraid that T might turn into an F and we'll have a whole other stretch of problems there. So let's go ahead and leave that alone and move on to Buddy Hield. You know, we're quick to point out when Buddy, makes a mistake or when Buddy's not shooting well. You know, Buddy was fantastic last night, and I'd argue, even though he didn't have 30 points, he had 29. It was his best game of the season just due to his efficiency. But this is a dude who we legitimately didn't know was going to play until Luke Walton took the podium at 5:30. This was a dude who had been labeled as questionable. He didn't practice the day before because of the ankle sprain at the very end of the Charlotte game. And, man, Buddy he's tough. He's durable. He takes incredible care of himself, and he played more minutes coming off of that ankle sprain. He was limping around at some point in the fourth quarter there again last night.
They had some tangle up on that play at the end of the game. Where it was like a 5-car pileup in the lane.
There were a lot of those yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, right. And the play, it ended up being with Kuzma dribbled the ball out of bounds or something like that. But yeah, he was limping then. Buddy, man, hey man, he deserves that praise for being as durable as he is. Like, absolutely. We talked a little bit about it on courtside, but the fact that almost no matter what, you can pencil him in every night to be out there playing and to be as durable as he is. I'm not sneezing on that at all. That somebody mentioned it earlier. My man Drake, who used to work with the Stockton Kings, not that Drake, who's coming out with an album tomorrow. My man Drake, who
allegedly.
He said midnight, baby. I'm gonna be checking it out. But he mentioned that's a sign of leadership, and he's right. He's right. I didn't even think about that, but he's right. I mean, the fact that you can rely on him, whether he's banged up, injured, whatever, coming out every night to play.
I mean,
sign of leadership.
Prior to 2 weeks ago, there were few players in the entire league more durable than Harrison Barnes. I know Corey Joseph has a nice little streak here of not missing games. Corey Joseph, even though he played 34 freaking minutes last night, that's probably a conversation we should have as well. We'll talk about what Luke Walton did with this rotation as well. On a night-to-night basis, when Tyrese Haliburton is healthy, even in his role last year, he's not expected to do as much. You know what I mean? He's not expected to play the minutes that Buddy Hield is. Buddy Hield played 4 more minutes than Harrison Barnes did. He played 6 more minutes than De'Aaron Fox did, and this is all coming off of that ankle sprain or ankle injury, whatever it wound up being at the end of that Charlotte game. So I think he absolutely, in top of all of the stats he put up yesterday, he deserves applause for that.
Absolutely, and like you said, that's before we even talk about the game he had. He played
11
great.
of 15, man. He was
played
11
great
of
last
15 from the field. He was 7 of 11 from behind the arc. Again, this is 2 games in a row where Buddy has played really well. And, on the other side, maybe we need to have is Buddy, turning this thing around a little bit? Can Buddy play? And maybe the better question is, can Buddy play like this consistently? Obviously, that's the number one question. Can Buddy play like this consistently? But perhaps the more pressing question for Kings fans is, can Buddy play like this when Tyrese Haliburton is in the lineup?
Big question. Big question.
2 games right there. Tyrese Haliburton hasn't been a part of.
And also on the other side, I want to ask you a question, and I want to ask the people a question that maybe I need to consider as an analyst, as somebody that analyzes this team. I want to ask you a question. Ask the people. We'll get into it.
All right, let's keep talking basketball. Let's keep talking Kings basketball. It was a good win for them last night, regardless of it being close, regardless of who did and did not play for the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll continue to touch on that. Remember, Deuce Mo are going to be with us at 1:47. We're just getting started here. We're with you till 4 o'clock on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're live on the radio.com app and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, real
T Green in here. Got to send this link out to Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. I got to send this to them here. Dun, 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 dun. Shh, shh. Let's see. Deuce. Yo, I caught that clip of Deuce and Mo playing. I don't know if they had an official name for it, but Mo named all these teams that a player played for, and Deuce was able to guess the player. That was pretty incredible.
All the teams that a guy played for, so like all the Corey Joseph teams or something like that.
Yeah, and Deuce was able to guess the player, and she named like 10 teams, and Deuce figured out that it was Deuce figured out it was Eddie House.
That's pretty good. That's some good stuff.
Oh, you like my rendition of the Deuce and Mo? Yeah, I can sang.
Hey, we're working on this. We got some things in the work. We're working on this.
We'll address that on the show a little bit. Warren, what's good, baby?
Warren.
Yeah, chat is live today.
Yes,
I saw some good notes up in here. Danny from San Francisco's watching.
Playing them air horns.
Yeah, our man Bryce here. Kyron, yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Cole.
Hey.
Let's go.
Hey.
What it do, baby? We see you, Roddy. Max. Cole. Yeah, Cole got one of the runs. Yes, sir. You too can get your shirt at thedopeones.com. B, you happy today? Okay, I like it.
Good.
I'm assuming you meant today and not Rode, but
Rode.
that's all right. It's better to type it than say it, which is something I would do.
Yeah, so I've been trying to sing like all day long to get used to talking, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it's working. Every day I'll get a little better. Get a little more used to it.
For those who are asking about Marvin Bagley, yeah, I mean, we can mention it. I don't know. Where's that line? I know someone just asked. Sorry, man. Someone just asked about.
Somebody asked me
Ryan,
earlier.
there you are. Ryan, I assume you're talking about the future, like the envisioning the future with other young Kings. I assume that's what you're talking about, Ryan. Yeah, we'll mention it. I don't find it that big of a deal, but
what I saw, I don't really remember it because it didn't really stick out to me.
I mean, I know Jason Anderson tweeted a note from it. I heard him say it, and I didn't really think. Marvin Bagley on envisioning future with other young Kings. I'm taking it one day at a time. It's kind of hard to look at the future. You don't know what can happen in the future. I just leave the future to God. Take it day by day and pray I make it to the next day.
That's a pretty generic answer that he
Yeah,
always
like
gives.
I mean, again, Ryan, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Yep. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't think anything of it. I don't mind bringing it up, but I heard him say it last night, and that's how that's what one of the things about that, Ryan. That's kind of how Marvin talks.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that he is. Like Marvin very much doesn't get. He's kind of like Luke in the sense he doesn't get really high, he doesn't get really low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's just kind of him.
He's pretty even killed.
They don't. I think they don't put Marvin at the podium a lot because he doesn't really say anything.
No.
Like he doesn't really. And I don't mean that as an insult. He just doesn't say anything different.
Marvin comes off as like not to take shots or anything like that. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but he's the opposite of Big Marv. Like
Right.
he's really chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NCAA tournament is 15 days away. Catch all of the tournament games here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. It's Kenny's favorite time of the year, the NCAA tournament right around the corner here on ESPN 1320. As we keep rolling along here, we hope that you join us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. It's a great way to interact with the show. All of those platforms, the chat comes directly to us. It's immediate response, and we could dive in here. And we kind of posed a couple of questions as we headed towards the commercial break, because I feel like we legitimately spent the first 5 minutes of this show crapping all over the fact that the Kings won, and they did win, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But who did play, who didn't play, all those different things. Obviously, all Kings fans know Tyrese Haliburton didn't play. Tyrese Haliburton joined us here on the show yesterday, but it was a quality win. Buddy had a hell of a game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point for the Kings, especially, all wins are quality.
Absolutely.
But Buddy Hield had a hell of a game, and the question I posed to you is before the break is, obviously there's another game to be played tonight. Unlike the Lakers, unlike the Kings' first opponent out of the All-Star break.
Oh, boy.
And you want something that's going to make you uncomfortable, well, here you go. The Sacramento Kings are going to be taking on the team with the longest losing streak in the association. And it is a hell of a losing streak right now that's up to 13 after the loss to the Brooklyn Nets yesterday.
13 in a row.
That's the first opponent out of the All-Star break. Now, unlike the Lakers, unlike the Rockets, Kings got to play tonight. They've got the last game before the All-Star break against the Portland Trailblazers, who they got themselves a hard-fought W against the Golden State Warriors last night. So, I don't want to. I feel like it's difficult. I don't want to look too far ahead. I don't want to start thinking about Houston and that 6-game road trip and the whole second half of the season, all that. But, with the way Buddy has played the last 2 games, you hope that he can put up a good performance tonight. Though, again, it's going to be tough. Luke had an 8-man rotation last night.
Yeah.
And it might be better quantified to say like an 8-man rotation, because Daquan played 6 minutes. Corey Joseph played 34. Nemanja Bjelica played 24. And then, we already mentioned Buddy played 42, De'Aaron 36. Like, guys played big minutes yesterday, and they're going to have to go at it again tonight on the road in Portland.
Luke literally only trusts 7 players, and one of them is out.
Yeah, that's real talk.
Like,
yep.
He doesn't even trust these guys to get not even garbage minutes, but like, 2 minutes to go before the third quarter. Need you to get in there, Daquan. No,
yep.
No, we're just going to keep running Buddy out there. Like, and that's not even a shot, but it just is what it is. Like, he doesn't trust that bench whatsoever. But I don't know. They're going to have something from the bench at some point. And you got to hope this is the hope. This is what we talk about. You hope nobody goes down. And when somebody goes down, it gets ugly. It gets ugly. That's what happens with this roster.
Yeah, that hope hasn't worked out too well over the course of the last 13 days or so.
No,
it has not worked out very well at all. And we've seen what this team has looked like, minus a player. And it doesn't matter which one. And that's not a knock on any of them. It's just we saw what they look like without De'Aaron and Bagley. Now that's tough. That's two starters going out at the same day. And then, De'Aaron comes back, but Bagley stays out. And Rashawn Holmes joins him on the do not play list. And then somehow Harrison Barnes winds up on there for the first time in 270, 80 some odd games or whatever it's been. And now you've got Tyrese Haliburton on that list. And it's like, man, all right, there's a different type of pandemic running through the Kings locker room, man, and it involves these injuries.
Right.
They've navigated the real pandemic pretty well, but damn, when it comes to these injuries, not so much.
Yeah. Tonight, I don't know. Maybe we see more minutes for Daquan.
I feel like it's wishful thinking at this point. We've been saying that for weeks. Like, no, we're gonna see some Daquan, because Daquan was one of the guys who benefited from guys being out, and that he comes back and we don't know when he's going to play. We got a good thing going. All of a sudden, a bunch of guys get hurt, and it's Daquan time. So maybe we get it tonight. Like, hey, maybe we get 24 minutes from Daquan.
The crazy thing that I don't understand from Luke is, how does somebody like Daquan go 40 minutes, 17 points, plays relatively well, to I can only put him there for 5 or 6 minutes in a game? How do you go? Not even saying he should play 40 or 30 every night, but how do you go from that? I needed him to play 40, and he played well, and now he's playing 6.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe he sees something defensively. That ain't it. That ain't it. Like, I don't know what it is. But it could also be, we kind of threw him out there. We threw him into the fire when he was needed, and now let's scale him back a little bit, see what he can do with. I think ultimately, when you look at games like this, the Kings haven't blown teams away when they win.
Never.
So every time, I think when the Kings are in these do or die games, so to speak, and what I mean when I say that is, the game stays close into the fourth quarter, and the game stays, tight throughout. Or even in the case of this one, this game was maybe a 3-pointer away from getting turned off. It was, it was a 14-point deficit quick, and it was like, okay, this is it, huh? All righty. The Fire Luke crowd's going to feel pretty good in about an hour and a half, but other than that,
ready.
And then they chipped away. And then, Buddy, again, I'm just going to continue singing the praises of Buddy Hield. I think he had 8 points in like a 50-second span or somewhere around there. And it just completely wiped out that lead in the second quarter. And then that evened things out. Like that kind of settled the game down. And it just became a big back and forth. When games become back and forth like that for Luke, he's just going to keep with that rotation because he's desperate to win the game.
Yeah.
And we can't experiment with Daquan minutes here at this point, or Kyle Guy minutes, or whatever the case may be.
And that was a win that you were desperate to have.
Absolutely.
Couldn't lose that. You couldn't lose that game last night. Couldn't lose that. I was in fear of them losing that game last night. Couldn't lose it. To your point, though, and I knew this was the case. I meant to look this up earlier. You just reminded me. What do you think the Kings' largest margin of victory is this year?
Well, I know the answer to it.
Okay.
Jesse literally just sent it to us.
Okay.
Because Jesse's on his game, man.
He is on his game, except when it comes to 80s football quarterbacks.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. The Kings' largest margin of victory, 14 against Orlando. Is that right?
Yeah.
And every other game has been within 10 points. Every other win has been within 10 points.
They beat Denver by 10 the second time they played them.
Okay.
And then they beat, who was that? The Knicks by 9. And they beat, where's the other team by 9? New Orleans by 9. Other than that, they're what they got, 14 wins now?
Yeah, they're 14 and 21.
Other than those 4 games, the other 10 games, I didn't really go through this, but they look to be all within like 5 points.
Man, this season is something else. I can't remember the New Orleans game.
Where Fox went off and he killed it in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
He had his
Fox
little
time.
fake. Yeah, Fox time. Fake the corner pass. Had Lonzo spun around, made the layup. It was that game.
Okay. Well, Kings, they did go to 14 and 21. Memphis right now is sitting in the 10th spot. Wait, is that right? Oh, yeah, of course it is, because they missed all those games. I was like, this doesn't look right. They're 16 and 15.
Yeah,
they've missed a ton of games, as New Orleans is right behind them, but they're 15 and 20.
Right. I was
So
about to say they're like they played like 5 more games than the next team or something, right?
the Grizzlies, the Grizzlies, man, yikes. This is going to catch up with the Grizzlies in the second part of the season. Unfortunately, it's going to catch up with the Kings too, because 2 of those games that the Grizzlies lost were against the Sacramento Kings. So right now, I think the Kings only have those 2 to make up, whereas the Grizzlies, they have a number of them, and I think those are the last 2 games of the season, or they're certainly near the end of it, those Memphis games.
Yeah, something close to that.
Yeah.
So, well, look, I wanted to ask this question though, and I wanted to hear what you thought. I want to hear what the people think about this.
Okay.
And I was thinking, do I owe Buddy Hield a little bit of an apology? Am I been a little hard on Buddy Hield? And I'm gonna say this, not necessarily because of the production or lack thereof. Also, not because he's had 2 really good games in a row. But I was listening to something earlier. I was listening to Jackie McMullen talk. And she was mentioning, because I think she's doing a story about these guys who had COVID, who are struggling, and they're still feeling effects. She talks about Jason Tatum. And he talked about very recently, like, I'm still having a hard time catching my wind.
Yeah.
And Buddy, to his credit, he's not mentioned catching COVID not one time. It may not have nothing to do with his performance or anything, but I think there is people who believe, just looking at players and based on their performances since they caught COVID, some of them have had a hard time coming back from that and finding a groove. Not that they're like in any health danger, so to speak, but just a little out of sync, a little out of whack. And she also talked about how just this season, a lot of teams, like they mentioned, like when adversity is faced for some of these teams, like because these guys have been just in a whirlwind really for almost the last, I mean, they had a long time off, but they were in a pandemic too. And for at least in the last 6 months or so, they've just been in a whirlwind, 6-7 months, that mentally they just seem fatigued. And I don't know. I'm just asking the question. Has it been a little unfair that I've looked at somebody like Buddy Hield and I haven't given him the benefit of the doubt? Number one, having COVID. And number two, this isn't a regular season. This isn't a regular stretch of NBA basketball when you talk about the bubble into this quick start season. Like, this isn't normal. And it may affect certain people certain ways. Have I been a little too hard on Buddy?
I mean, all we can do, and that's the difficulty of this job, right? It's like it's part of being, a fan, and in sports media, you try to be a little bit more measured in what you say, but our job is to react to the last thing that we saw, right? Our job is to react to the game last night, and in the process of reacting, we try to give a bigger picture of, in our case, the Sacramento Kings. We try to give a bigger picture, a greater scope of this roster. I mean, it's not like you can hit the pause button and think about those things that you were just talking about, that Jackie McMullen was talking about. I know when Jason Tatum brought it up, it certainly got my attention. I remember when, Von Miller was one of the first big athletes who got it, almost a year ago. Right. And he spoke over the summer before the season started, before he got injured, was like, I can't, like, I couldn't work, like, I couldn't get my wind back, like, I couldn't train, like, it took months and months and months. A lot of us followed during the bubble, or as the bubble was getting ready to happen, the Spencer Dinwiddie situation. Yeah. I mean, he was very, very open and vocal and transparent about how it beat the absolute crap out of him. Yeah. And I mean, these are just, you kind of mentioned this, these are extraordinary circumstances. This is a situation that it's a situation we've never been in, and we all pray that we're never in it again. Right. If you feel like you've been unfair and you want to scale back, like, that's fine. All we can do is look at, all we can do is analyze the game and the scope of the game. Yeah. Dame Lillard has an article right now. He did an interview with The Athletic where he talks about the personal things that he's going through, off of the floor. We're not privy to that stuff. Right. We're not let in on that stuff. And that's sometimes where we try to provide a these, we talk about athletes sometimes as if they're not people. We always talk about, and guess who's going to do it? We are, because, Shams was tweeting about Barnes and Whiteside and interest that teams have in some Sacramento Kings players. We talk about athletes as if they're like stocks or like some sort of property. And it's not just basketball players. It's all athletes we do that with. And we dehumanize athletes. Fantasy football, fantasy sports, period, is the most dehumanizing thing in I think all of the sports culture. So if you want to say sorry to Buddy, go ahead. I don't think you've been particularly hard on him. Like, his shooting has been frustrating. His inconsistency has been frustrating.
And that's the deal. I don't want to apologize because I don't think there's much to apologize. All I've talked about
is
like
you attacked the guy or anything like that.
And all I've talked about is his performance, and I'm not going back on that. His performance hasn't been good. Statistically, we went through statistics. He's the worst shooting two guard in the game as of like last week or so, and that just is what it is. But I also think we on this show have done a good job of, when we talk about things, we're like, hey, we point out the good things. Remember when Buddy was getting like double doubles for like a week and a half? I was like, yo, he's been stinking it up, but got to give him credit. He's trying to find other ways to work in this game. We also talk about how, hey, he's trying on defense. It doesn't necessarily mean he's been good, but he's trying. So we point out both of them. But I just heard that, and it caught my attention. Like, he did have COVID. You know what I mean? And there's been numerous people that have talked about the struggles of trying to recover from having that. And maybe that plays into the fact that, he hasn't played particularly well. I don't know.
Well, sometimes when we talk about COVID too, we talk about the most extreme scenario and the most drastic scenario, right? Like for me, it was Karl Anthony Towns. And I told you at the beginning of the year, I don't think I'd be surprised if Karl Anthony Towns finished the entire season. And I wouldn't hold it against him whatsoever if he just said, I can't do it. I can't do it this year. Like, he doesn't have an escape. Like, some of these guys can step on the floor and escape problems, and they can escape, realities, and escape all these certain things. Karl Anthony Towns steps on a floor, a gym, into an arena that's normally packed with 17,000 people, and he's playing his favorite game. But now he's stepping into gyms. Some are empty. Some have 2,000 people, but then he goes to the bench and he realizes we're still very much living in the pandemic that took so many members of my family, because I can't go to the bench right after the game. I have to go to this brand new designated cool down area so I don't have to put my mask on. You know what I mean? So it's different. And maybe with Buddy, I didn't look at the extreme circumstance. And because one thing I really, really admire Buddy for is how hard he works.
Absolutely.
Like, all production aside, and we talked about this, when we began the show about his durability and his availability. But those two things, I think, are very much intertwined. Like, guys LeBron James is a fabulous example. Kobe Bryant, for so long, until the very, very end of his career, was a fantastic example. When you are willing to sink time and money into taking care of your body, when you're willing to go that extra mile after practice, not to get up shots, not to do all that stuff, but to stretch, to foam roll, to get therapy, to weight train, and do all of that stuff. Like, that's something that I greatly, greatly admire Buddy for. And you see how it pays off for him on the basketball floor. So if the lingering effects of COVID has kicked his butt a little bit, man, all things considered, he continues to do a hell of a job of taking care of himself and making himself available. And I hope that's not the case. But it's okay to feel like maybe it is, especially in light of the things Jackie McMullen was writing about.
Yeah. Ty Guy 8, Ty Guy _8 on the chat asks, does Buddy's passive game change your stance on moving him? The answer is no. But
you know what's
my stance.
You know what's funny about that though is like with everything that happens with the Kings this season, is especially probably for the next 3 weeks or so, you can go in two different directions, right? The Kings won. Damn it. I want them to lose as many games because Minnesota's so far ahead. Houston just continues to lose, and you're starting to think about, where you're ranking in the draft. And then, did you change your stance on where you are with trading Buddy? Some people will say, yeah, he's playing great, I don't want to trade him. And the other people say, yeah, he's playing great, he's upped his value. Again, it's the stocks, right?
Yeah.
Buddy Hield is a stock, and the stock has gone up.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, to buy into the Buddy Hield stock, it's going to cost you a little bit more. So no matter what side of the camp you are in terms of Buddy Hield and the Sacramento Kings, you're probably very, very happy today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know I am. And I'm happy first and foremost the fact that, he played well and was able to get the Kings a win last night. So that's the thing that I like the most. Does it help with trade value? Of course. But I like the fact that it led to a Kings victory. And Damian, we talked about this a little bit on courtside. They make a couple free throws. We could be looking at a 3-game winning streak going into tonight, trying to win 4 in a row. If you just make a couple free throws.
What a completely different dynamic we're talking about. Like even headed into last night's game, but now that last night's game is in the books, you do the more micro view here and realize, okay, this team, all things considered, they've won 2 of their last 3. Mm-hmm. You make a couple free throws. You're talking about a 3-game winning streak headed into the final game against Portland, and now you feel because right now I'm kind of indifferent to this Portland game tonight because it's like okay, both teams played yesterday. The Blazers won by 2.
Yeah,
the Kings won by 3. The difference is at some point tonight's Thursday. I mean, Dame's going to get a day off. He's going to have to fly to Atlanta. You know what I mean? He's got to be a part of the All-Star stuff. So I'm just indifferent to the game tonight. Yeah. Whereas if they were on a 3-game winning streak, the whole conversation is, man, could these guys get 4 headed into the All-Star break with the Houston Rockets? The first game back, they're losers of 13 straight. And then they hit the road, in which, remember, they played really, really well on the road the last time they were there.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've got I think it's a 6-game road trip coming out of that break after the Houston game.
Yeah,
and changes the whole narrative, changes everything. It changes this whole week.
Absolutely, and this is why I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I just don't think the Kings will be top 5, bottom 5 bad this year. Mm-hmm. I just don't see that being them because. They're going to have 4 out of 5 winning streaks, you know what I mean? Or periods of games. They're going to win 5 out of 7, and then they're going to lose 5 out of 7. I think at the core, that's who they are. They're a little below 500 team, 5-7 games or something like that. And I think that's where they'll ultimately find themselves. But I think they have talent on the roster, enough talent on the roster that's trending up where they can be in a situation where they should be in right now, where you're looking at, maybe winning 3 out of 4 or possibly 4 straight and then going up against the Houston Rockets team to help you win. They can do that. So, yeah, make some free throws. Make some free throws and we'll be good.
Jill Adge says this is who they've been for 14 seasons. Being a Kings fan is being on a constant roller coaster, man.
Yeah,
you're up, you're down, and then sometimes the roller coaster like breaks and it gets stuck. It's like, what is happening?
Have you ever been on a roller coaster that does that?
No, absolutely not.
I haven't either, and I'd be terrified. I don't like heights.
I don't really get on roller coasters.
Well, we agree on that. I don't like heights.
First time I went to Disneyland, I rode some of the rides though and had a good time. This was like a couple years ago. It was fun. The first time I went to Disneyland, I was a straight up adult. It was legitimately a couple of years ago.
I went when I think I was about 2 or 3 years old, and I didn't go again until Reese's 2nd birthday.
Yeah, and you'll never catch me on like a state fair roller coaster. That's what I ain't gonna do. I ride enough roller coasters following the Sacramento Kings. I don't need to ride anymore. And they gave us in last night's. If last night was a roller coaster, it was a really like it didn't have the big steep drop and the big twisty turns. It was just kind of like a. It was more like a bumper car.
Well, you started off with a steep drop.
You did.
It was like, we're gonna be down 11 like that early. Montrez gonna get rebounds and dunk on people's head early. That's what we're doing.
But the problem with that game last night was, what was the value? Like no one knew what to think headed into that game.
Yeah.
Is how if the Kings had lost last night, I know you wouldn't have been happy.
Oof.
Would you have been surprised though? You
I
already
would've-
thought You already thought about it longer than I thought you would.
I would have been surprised.
Really?
Man. Yeah. I would have been surprised if they lost to that Lakers team. I would have been surprised. Now, and that's just speaking basketball wise. The history, the PTSD of being a Kings fan. Now, no, I wouldn't be surprised because that's the exact game that they would lose. You know what I mean? But just thinking about this in the basketball sense, like, yeah, man, you got a guy like De'Aaron Fox. We got to talk about him never getting any calls and always getting these crazy calls called on him. But you got a guy like De'Aaron Fox. You got Harrison Barnes playing the way he is. You got Marvin Bagley trending up. Ain't no way that's what I said yesterday. They shouldn't lose this game. I've been surprised.
Yeah, let's talk about De'Aaron. That sixth foul call was
the fifth and sixth were trash.
The fifth one, I agree. It was the fifth one. I feel like if you're an official, you could at least make an argument for it. I think it's a bad argument, but you could make an argument. But the sixth one,
that's embarrassing.
My goodness, this has been a really, really bad week for officials. We'll continue to talk about the Kings. Their win last night, we had mentioned, the trade rumors continue to gain steam here with the latest article from Shams in The Athletic. We've got all that coming up. If you want to jump in here on the phone lines, obviously, we'd love to hear from you, 916-349-1320. You can watch along with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Plenty more on the way with Dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We here.
Yeah, the last time I went to the fair, I got on the swings with Reese, like the swing that goes round and round. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
All I could think about is one screw coming loose, and I just fling across Cal Expo.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like that though. So
that ain't gonna be me.
Not my job.
That ain't gonna be me. Bryce, are you in here?
Where they at? No. Where they at? No.
Bryce. I know Bryce is in. Oh, there he is. There's Bryce. Bryce, I thought that was I'm tagging you in a. Bryce, I don't know your damn Twitter handle. How come it's not popping up? I feel like it should.
Damien, if we get a chance, if we got a down moment, remind me to ask you about this. You might have seen it. The survey that came out about Major League Baseball fans who drink the most.
Wait, what?
Major League Baseball fans who drink the most. Okay. Average drinks per game. They got them all here.
Okay. All right. Let's get in on that.
The last place team, it really surprises me. I would have never thought this. Seriously.
Damn, Eric, you need to chill with this. Did you see the giant swings that fell down from like 80 feet? Like, all right, Eric, the conversation's over. Let's not nobody want to think about that.
Come on, man.
Man, that's crazy.
I seen the
That's why you ain't gonna find me on them things.
I saw the fair rides. I saw the amusement parks where they collapse, or what they're doing, like the little pendulum thing. And the thing, bro. No, man, I'm cool, and I don't mean to be like that because I want my son to have an experience, but I'm cool. I don't want to know it. They gonna be me. They trying to get me to go to Magic Mountain, and I'm trying to stall that thing out as long as possible. Superman ride. Are you out of your mind? Please.
You better, hey man, my man Reese had his Superman gear on today. You better take him.
He had Spider-Man on.
Spider-Man, that's what he had on. He had Spider-Man.
Where did we go? We got to Universal Studios, those little kiddie rides, those little experience rides. We went somewhere though, and we got on some rides. It wasn't Magic Mountain. I think we went to Knott's Berry Farms. And I got on a couple rides, but man, I don't like heights, man. Simple as that. People need to stop trying to get me on rides. Ferris Wheel City and Ferris Wheel at City Park in Nolia. got on with my son, got to the top, and all I heard was wind and creaking in the wheel structure. The Ferris wheels, bruh, the Ferris wheel at the fair. I got on that, and oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, Max, we getting in on this. And don't put, like, I thought Shaq did a great job last night.
I saw the bump.
He took the
My
bump.
boy took the bump.
Dude, did you see the ambulance spot?
No.
Okay, I'll save it for the air. The ambulance spot was the best. Yeah. Yeah, he took good care of Cody. He powerbombed Cody.
Bruh, who is this? Eric? Don't send me this crap. That's what you were talking about, where he sent the video of the guy coming off the Ferris wheel?
Oh, Eric. No good, Eric. No good, Eric.
God.
No bueno, man.
Not my
No
job.
good,
I don't need the video.
Ugh. Oh, man. Just getting started, man. Trying to have some fun today with some of our closest friends. Jump in on the conversation if you'd like to. 916-349-1320. Of course, we are available as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Ramsey. TJ McConnell had a triple-double and he had 9 steals in the first. He's been talking about this since yesterday on Courtside. We mentioned it.
We'll give TJ McConnell. Okay, Kenny, why do you hate TJ McConnell? What is it? Did you? What happened?
I actually don't have a problem with TJ McConnell. He's actually done really well in the NBA. I thought he was like weak at Arizona, but I love to have TJ McConnell on his team, on this game.
He can go.
But yeah, he had 9 steals in the first half. He had a triple-double. Great game. Ramsey has been spamming the hell out of us about this game, though.
You know what I love? Ramsey's just stopped calling. Like, Ramsey doesn't even call anymore. Like, he just lives in the chat. He's like he's like the texter now. You used to talk to your friends on the phone. Like, Ramsey doesn't call us no more. He just hangs out in the chat.
He's a millennial. He just texts us now.
That's what he is. That's definitely what he is. Kings get the win last night, as you're all aware, 123-120. Not much time to be happy about, as they got another game against the team that had a hard-fought victory last night against the Portland Trail Blazers. Dame Lillard, 22 points, 10 in the fourth quarter, hit the go-ahead three with 14 seconds left. Carmelo Anthony, the real Melo, the one and only Melo in the league, he had 22 points, 51 in the last 2 games. Carmelo Anthony.
Balling. I was just going to say, you're saying the real Melo, all this other stuff. Did you see Melo said he would pass down the name?
Mm-hmm. I did.
All right, show some respect.
I don't show respect. I just ain't ready to let it go.
Oh, okay. I understand that too. I'm just saying, Melo cool with it.
Let's let the new Melo wait, till he's had more than 30 games in his career.
It's like Magic. If Magic Johnson calling Tyrese Haliburton Lil Magic, I'm gonna call him Lil Magic. If Melo calling LaMelo Lil Magic or Melo, I'm gonna call him Melo.
Okay, I'm not. I mentioned Carmelo Anthony, 51 points in the last 2 games.
Ooh.
That's awesome. Steph Curry has 97 in his last 2 games against the Trailblazers. Steph likes playing the Trailblazers, but the Blazers get
97
the win.
in 2 games. Oh my gosh.
The Warriors were 0-6 in the final 90 seconds of that game last night. So that's the Kings' opponent tonight. Portland Trailblazers, right back at it. Like, all right. Yeah. You got a couple of tough tests here headed into the All-Star break, and you guys get this win. Everybody flies back. Normally, you play on the road. You'd have a situation where this game ends, and guys are flying all over the country. Yeah. That's not going to be the case tonight. The game's going to wrap up, and I think everybody, and I don't know if this is mandated by NBA rules, but just from what we've heard, guys are just flying back to Sacramento. We heard Tyrese Haliburton yesterday on the show saying he's just going to hang out with his brother and his girlfriend. They're going to play video games. He's got to be in the gym. He's got to get treatment, and he's got to be ready for Houston and that 6-game road trip.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell him, man. You guys gotta say where you work.
Mhm.
You can't go to Tulum. That's where everybody's been going lately. Tulum. You can't go to Tulum during the break. Got to stay in the city.
Or you can go to Cancun, but that's probably a different story we shouldn't get into right now. Another thing that we should note of, because it's something that you and I talk a lot about, 32 assists last night for the Sacramento Kings. They were moving the ball around. And that's where, sorry, I don't want to crap on the win again, but like what was so different last night? Like the Lakers, I understand who didn't play last night, but they're still coached by Frank Vogel. This is still, for the most part, it's the same roster. Sure, the stars aren't there, but the philosophy of the team should be exactly the same, right? And this is the top, or at least if they're not the very top, they're certainly a top 2 up there with the New York Knicks in terms of the top defensive efficiency in the league. Well, you were able to move the ball around pretty well against them yesterday, and I think that's one of the things that really helped out Buddy Hield. It felt like, and you're far more astute to this type of stuff than I am, it felt like the Kings were actually running plays for Buddy. Like they were running plays to get Buddy Hield open. Like it wasn't run a play, and if Buddy is open, hit him behind the arc, or it isn't Buddy, just kind of running around the three-point arc. It felt like they were actually running stuff for him yesterday, and that's why we saw such a high efficiency rate in shooting.
I saw that as well, and I also saw, because Buddy was playing well and they were running stuff for him, it opened up a couple of counter options. You probably remember one time they were running like a double, triple screen for Buddy. Harrison Barnes slips off the screen, Fox hits him, easy layup. So I don't know if they were looking for him any more than they normally do, or running stuff for him any more than they normally do. But you saw him running off these screens, running off these double, triple pin downs and things of that nature. And it opened things up for not only him, but other people as well, set up different stuff for later on in the game. So I really don't know why sometimes this team has high assist totals like they did last night, and sometimes they're in the high teens. You know what I mean? It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That should be their philosophy in what you do. You see how that L kind of got me, and it's just like, hey,
that's tough. You got it, buddy. That's all right.
That thing almost took me for a choke slam real quick.
He gonna get you. Gave you one of them Shaq power bombs from last night. My goodness. Harrison Barnes, 6 assists. Buddy Hield with 6 assists. De'Aaron Fox with 8. Nemanja Bjelica with 6. Corey Joseph with 5. That's five. That's 5 players.
Can we talk about Corey Joseph? Can we talk about him?
Let's talk about him. It's 34 minutes last night. Plus 16 for those of you who are into that type of stat.
What do you have? Let me make sure I got him right here.
I got you right here. What do you need? 5 of 7, 3 of 4 from behind the arc, 13 points.
Come on, man.
34 minutes. 5
Much
assists.
Much maligned. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about Corey Joseph that I always look at and I always keep in mind. Especially, you saw it a lot last year when like De'Aaron Fox went down. Corey is playing a little bit outside of where ideally you would want to have Corey Joseph, right? So last night was a great example. Do you want to play Corey Joseph 34 minutes? No, no. But much like Buddy Hield, Corey's always there, and he's always going to give you what he has on that particular night, no matter what you ask of him, even if what you ask for him is a little more outside of probably what he's capable of, 34 points or guarding the other team's best perimeter guy. Corey Joseph isn't a defensive specialist. He's not a defensive player of the year type player. But if Luke goes out there and says, hey, I need you to guard, so turn the water off or try to, he going to try. He going to go out there and bust his ass, man. And will it always result in great results? No. But Corey comes out and he does whatever the team needs, or he tries to do whatever the team needs at that particular moment. And I was glad to see him have a good game last night.
So since this is it's like Kenny Change of Heart Caraway Day, Corey Joseph, long-term Sacramento King? Is that what you're saying?
No.
You put that on your No? Okay. No. I'm going to tweet it out like Kenny Caraway said. That ain't it?
Just like I'm still trying to trade Buddy. Ain't nothing changed, but I understand he may be going through some things.
Okay.
No,
Corey.
we hitting them both up out of here. if we can.
I don't
We get them
know.
off of here.
I don't know if Buddy is happening. Shams was. I was gonna say Shams is tweeting. Shams wasn't tweeting. He was writing articles. That's what he does for a living, and he was covering. Obviously, the trade deadline is approaching, and in the trade market, and all of those sorts of different things, and where exactly some of these guys fit into the trade market, and we saw the Sacramento Kings in there, and we continue to see guys like Harrison Barnes referenced with in Nemanja Bjelica, a guy who I really actually think I feel like a lot of people probably are calling about Nemanja Bjelica, and maybe the Kings are trying to figure out, because I do think that the style in which he plays can absolutely help a contending team. It's just, what is a contending team giving up for Nemanja? But he talked about Boston being interested in Nemanja and Harrison Barnes as well. I know Philadelphia has mentioned. We're starting to see more and more teams attached to, allegedly calling the Sacramento Kings about guys like Harrison Barnes.
Let me ask you a question. Of these teams go in the same tweet that Shams had in the same article. He says the Sixers, Heat, Warriors, Bucks, and Celtics are the team that have shown interest in Bjelica. Which one of those teams would you want something back from the most? Say we'll go away from the pick. Let's say it's a second round pick. What would you want?
I mean, I'm not going to comb through all of these teams' rosters live on the air, but I mean, I know when you talk about realistically, if Golden State wants to send Kent Bazemore back, Sacramento Kings legend Kent Bazemore, if you want to send him back to Sacramento, I'll take it.
Come on, man, we on the same page. I'm like, yo, do you guys want Baze still? Do you want him? We'll take him back.
I like Kent Bazemore. I was hoping they'd find a way to, and I get he's probably not the type of player when you're Monty Williams and when you're Monty McNair and you're coming in and you're trying to, piece this thing together. I'm sure if Kent Bazemore is under contract, you're happy. But in terms of the type of guy you're going to re-sign, yeah, probably not. Like, I don't think Kent Bazemore signed for nothing. And if he did, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm not sure that Kent Bazemore signed for the league minimum in Golden State. And if he did, he's probably more likely to sign for the league minimum in Golden State than he would be in Sacramento. Right. You know what I mean? And you're not going to offer a bunch of money to try to, keep a player like Kent Bazemore, who can be, I believe, very helpful. We know the type of leader he is. That was actually one of the frustrating things, not necessarily about Kent Bazemore, but about the team last year, when you found out Kent Bazemore was such a vocal leader in the locker room. And that's fantastic. But again, you're looking around going like, Kent Bazemore has been in here for 6.5 seconds. And he's leading the crew here? Like, no one stepped up before Kent Bazemore thought, you know what, we need to get a wrap into this issue we have defensively.
Yeah. Right.
And it was like, all right, that's the awesome thing about Kent Bazemore, is that he's not afraid to step up, even if he's only been in the locker room for a couple of minutes. But, overall, I mean, again, maybe this is something we do during the All-Star break, run through the Philadelphia roster, the Miami roster. I mean, I don't know.
We could do that. And just because, I'm going to come up with the trades.
I know you
are. I'm going to tell you who we need to be targeting.
I know you will. I know you will. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station. And driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We'll be with you here till 4. Deuce and Mo set to join us here in about 45 minutes. Always love to hear what they have to say following a Kings game. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that you're on YouTube right now. You hit the thumbs up. Those thumbs up are super important, as it helps us get recommended to other sports fans, both in and around Sacramento. So continue to hit the thumbs up, continue to share these videos, continue to follow, subscribe, do all of that fantastic stuff. You know how much we greatly appreciate the support. Outside of the Kings, and we'll continue to talk a lot more about the Kings, because I think, one, as we mentioned there a moment ago, we've got to segue quickly from the fact that they were able to win a game last night to the fact they've got to be able to play another game tonight. And I'll ask you this. Hypothetically, what if the Kings win tonight?
That'd be great.
Like good, bad, and ugly, whatever it may be. Like whatever it looks like tonight, the Kings walk away with the win, and then they've got the next 6 days off leading into that game against Houston. Now we're feeling, we could talk about the ugliness of last night's game. We could talk about who did play and who didn't play. But the fact is, if, again, hypothetically here, if the Kings are able to win and take 3 of their last 4 heading into the All-Star break, how frustrated we were back on Monday, what that 4-hour show was like, what the chat house was like, what the phone calls were like following that Charlotte game. Does the narrative completely shift for tomorrow's show if the Kings are able to beat the Portland Trailblazers and head into the All-Star break with a couple wins?
No, it doesn't completely shift. I mean, there's still a good amount of people who are out on this team. They're out. They're like, no, this ain't it. Luke Walton, he's not it. Trade this guy. Like, they're out. And this win wouldn't be the win to get them back in. Now, I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
Coming off the All-Star break, you come back, you play Houston, and I'm not going to get into no kind of specific record, but if they do well on that road trip, that's an opportunity to get people back in. But just tomorrow, a win tomorrow, nah, that's not going to do it.
Really? I mean,
Sunday is the one that messed everything up. If they would have won Sunday,
that really ruined everything.
Yeah, people will be back in. But Sunday, it wasn't just a loss; it was the way they lost. It just had people. I think a lot of people are just out right now.
It felt like the most Kings loss possible, right? like it was just the way in which they lost, the amount of times we feel like we have seen such a game, and I frame that question knowing, win or lose tonight. You look at this game last night, 123-120. You look at the game on Sunday, 127-126, I think. You look at their defensive efforts and you realize, okay, the root of the problem is still here.
Yeah.
And then until you fix the root of the problem, nothing's going to change. And the root of the problem is the way that this team plays defense.
That ain't changing this year. I don't think. Unless you get...
Can they get better? Can they get better short term?
Not this group. They need an addition. They need somebody to come in. Remember, like last year, we talked about him just a little while ago. Kim Bazemore came in and kind of changed a little bit of the culture and the dynamic nature of that roster to be able to have somebody that defends, and it was kind of contagious. Alex Lynn came in, added some force on the inside, and they started playing better on the defensive end. So it would need maybe not necessarily those guys, but those type of situations to change what they want to do defensively. This particular group, this is what they're going to be. So they are who they are.
So is this all for naught then?
No, because they can score. And there'll be a lot of times when they can just outscore teams. And it's really weird because they're not like this imposing offensive team, but you look at the numbers, you look at the schedule and the results that they've had so far in this first half, and the Kings consistently put up the numbers consistently. So what's going to happen is they're either going to be on and everything will be all right and it'll be a close game and it'll come down to the final seconds one way or the other, or they'll be off and they'll get blown out like they did in New York. Like, that's what it is. I don't think they're blowing anybody out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's only those two scenarios. Like, they'll either be making shots and they can win, they'll be there and they'll have a chance, or they're not making shots and the fact that they don't play any defense won't be able to be something they can overcome.
Luke Walton talked about Buddy Hield's game last night.
Yeah, Buddy's one of those guys that he's going to play through anything that he can play through. He loves to play. He'll stay for hours after practice and he doesn't want anyone rebounding for him. He just wants music on. He loves playing basketball. And I agree. Obviously, if he's going to play like this, then especially, hopefully we get Tyrese back, then, we'll be, hopefully getting back to where we were playing like earlier this year. But for him to have 6 assists, 6 rebounds, 0 turnovers, that's really helpful for our chances to try to win a game. And again, when they got off to an early start, I thought Buddy was the one that kind of put the team on his back and got us back into that game tonight. So he was doing it on both ends tonight, and doing it, smart, as far as taking care of the ball, getting off it when he should get off it, and shoot when he should shoot.
One more note from Luke Walton last night.
Well, that's my job.
He was asked about, kind of staying even keel. He was talked about just not being too high up and too high, too low.
Well, that's my job. It's my job. If I'm frustrated or angry, for the most part, it's my job is to stay even keel. I think that as a player, I always respected my coaches who did that, and it's something I keep in mind as I try to coach. And there's obviously times where I'd lose it. But for the most part, I feel like when you look over and your coach is calm, or your best player is calm, it just naturally calms the nerves of the other people that are on the court. So it's something I try to keep in mind, and it's something that understanding where we're trying to get to as a group, that patience is going to be an important thing. So it has been way more up and down than we would have liked, but I'll tell you what, when we have a healthy group and our guys are in that rotation we've been in, I feel like we're doing some really good things, and the future is going to be really exciting for this group.
Okay, let's touch on a couple of things right there. Do you subscribe to that theory? You're a player, you look over at your coach, you were probably the best player on a lot of your teams, but you look over and everybody's calm. Coach is calm. Everyone's calm. 10 situations, everyone's calm. Is that a calming influence on you, or do you need to see fire? Like we see coaches, we see coaches get thrown out often, and announcers speculate, oh, he did it to fire up his team. Oh, he's got his team going right now. Or if a team comes back after a coach has gotten, thrown out of a game, oh, what a genius Greg Popovich is, or Steve Kerr, or whoever. He got his team fired up by getting thrown out of the game. Like, do you subscribe to that theory of, I'm Cool Hand Luke, and as long as I'm Cool Hand Luke, the Sacramento Kings are going to be Cool Hand Luke?
I believe that. I know when I played, I didn't think about it one way or the other. I didn't have coaches who were extreme one way or the other, when I was playing for them. So I didn't get a chance to test that out with anything other than somebody. My coaches were pretty even keeled. So, but I think about it, and I would think that maybe I'm different because I viewed myself as a leader, and I was who I was, and I was who I was to that team. But maybe somebody who isn't as much of a leader and is one of the role guys who kind of looks for people to get them up or get them going, maybe that does have an effect on them. If they see Luke wilding out, they may be like, oh man, like we're in real trouble here. We don't see him do that. Yeah. Or, if he's really calm and, other team goes on a 6-0 run, like, oh, I look at my coach. He's not calling a timeout. He's not yelling, like, all right, I'm going to calm down too. So I believe that does have an effect on some players. But I'm also a believer you got to read the situation. Mm-hmm. I'm not opposed. Sometimes you got to get a technical foul. If De'Aaron Fox gets hammered going to the hole, no call, as long as it's not like a game-winning situation, man, yeah, I'm gonna say some magic words to get a technical right there.
There are situations and let my guy know. Yeah. There are situations you can't get a technical, and since you brought up fouls, a good one to point out is De'Aaron's 6th foul last night. That's not a situation where Luke can pick up a technical, but that has to be a situation where Luke goes to maybe Luke should have gone after the 5th foul, because the 5th foul, you could convince me. I think it would be a bad argument. You could an official could convince me as to why they called it. Again, I think it would be bad. It would be soft. I think it ultimately, when you just chalk bad calls up to bad calls, and it'll be really interesting to see the final 2-minute report today. But that 6 call, like, there is literally no contact on that 6 foul call.
That was crazy.
They literally, in every sense of the word, in every proper sense of the word, literally, they called an imaginary foul. didn't touch him. And again,
I can't believe that happened, to be honest.
I get. And have you been watching officials this week?
Oh, don't get me started.
Did we talk about Donovan? Not Donovan. Donovan Mitchell was last night. We talked about Devin Booker the day before.
It's a nightly occurrence.
That's because we're here to see the officials, the National Officials Association. We're changing the name. It is the NOA, the National Officials Association. The NBA is dead. We are here to see officials and officials only.
Yeah, that sixth foul though, that was embarrassing.
That was tough.
That really was embarrassing.
Yeah.
And I don't do that often when it comes to foul calls and stuff, but for them to make that call, to get completely fooled by Schroeder in that situation, it's embarrassing.
And Donovan Mitchell was furious at officials last night. So was Rudy Gobert was mad. Again, it's a nightly occurrence, and with the All-Star break coming up, this is something Adam Silver has to address. Like you've had a week now, and this doesn't even count the JJ Redick situation. This doesn't count the situation that happened with Metu and Marvin Bagley. This doesn't count any of that stuff. This is just within the last couple of days in which you've had star players getting thrown out of nationally televised games. You had the situation with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert and the Utah Jazz last night, and it becomes maddening as a fan. It becomes maddening as a consumer, and you're hearing the players sound off. They're pissed off about it.
They should too. They should sound off about it, because I think I've seen numerous times in recent years where the players kind of like really wilding out on the refs. And I'm like, that's not cool. But some of the things that we've seen this year, that's not it. That's not the case. And not only are these guys getting technicals, they're getting thrown out of games, though.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. The Devin Booker thing the other day, the 2 technicals right there was ridiculous. And we don't know for sure if they did this, but what's wrong with going and talking to guys like, yo, you got to chill. Like, you got to chill. I may miss a call. I'm here, but you got to chill with the profanity, the name calling, all this other stuff. But just to say whatever and to get thrown out of the game, it's trash.
Jay Williams said on this radio station he knows definitively who the NBA's MVP is right now.
Okay.
Not so much. I'm not okay with it. We'll have that. Plus, Ben Roethlisberger. What's ESPN going to talk about now? Ben Roethlisberger. Him and the Pittsburgh Steelers got things worked out, but
they'll find a way.
Ooh, what does that mean? We'll explain as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All good, baby. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Oh, yeah.
I get more butt than ashtrays.
Y'all know what time it is here.
Oh, Lord.
On NBC Sports Network, the Atlantic 10 tournament. Let's go. Dayton versus Rhode Island right now. Dayton up 40-31 at the half.
Whose man's is this? I really need to
I don't know what it is.
Man, it used to be so much fun when I was like in high school or elementary in championship week or March Madness was going on, and to be at home and it's like 11, 12, 1 o'clock and there's basketball on. Oh, I thought it was the coolest thing. Oh, yeah.
Computers in the library.
La Liga, no. La Liga.
I kept that university. I don't know if you. I'm sure you saw. I kept that University of Texas thing in here. Like, we need to talk about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Max, I'm gonna need you to look up why you can't call it the NRA. Just do a quick Google search, bruh. Just a quick one. Ain't gonna work, Max. Take it. Oh man.
You're not wrong,
Yep,
Max.
Yep.
You're not wrong.
That's true story. True story. Let's see, the NBA revealed their HBCU themed court. What's this look like? Where is it? Looks like a basketball court. Where's the picture? Oh, okay. All right.
Let me see.
It's colorful.
Oh, joy.
I see it. Okay. Trying to see what schools.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, it works. It works. HU.
At Howard Homecoming. UMass went to work on St. Joseph today. Look, y'all sound crazy because the A10 used to be alive. UMass, Rhode Island, Lamar Odom over there in Rhode Island. Temple, I think Temple was in the Atlantic 10. It was lit.
Yep. Google the NRA and you get some things. You want to have some real fun? Google Homeland Security in Roseville.
Huh?
Yeah. You'll see a story that's about 2 hours old. They raided some house in Roseville.
Oh, I heard about that
Yeah.
this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't know it
Meanwhile-
was. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're on a live stream. Well, I can say whatever. I mean, you all know already know how I feel. Clown.
Mm.
I'd be really surprised if any of my guys who went to that insurrection did anything illegal. Oh, hell, wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a second.
The NCAA tournament is 15 days away. Catch all of the tournament games right here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by our friends over at Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Kenny Caraway is watching ridiculous college basketball games right now as we speak.
Yeah. Dayton is beating Rhode Island right now in the Atlantic 10 tournament, 40-31 at the half.
You know what I love, man, is I actually made a trip to Casa de Caraway today. Boy, dude, Kenny is loaded. This house is nice.
Calm down.
It's got this gorgeous floor. There was a Rolls outside. I think it was his. It wasn't in the driveway, but it was right outside. Yo, the house is gorgeous. But what I love now is, like, I know what your setup looks like. So now as I see you, like, I know what the whole setup looks like. And I don't know why that.
Where I'm going now.
Yeah, I can, like, when I see you look at the TV, like, you've got your setup in the room, and then the Queen Bee setup right outside. Yo, and I didn't tell you this, man, but I'm pretty sure me and Cheryl from Elk Grove are going to change the world together.
I mean,
I think me and Cheryl from Elk Grove are going to change the world together.
I could believe it because you two together on a project, lights out.
I'm not positive, but I think she walked in and said you're short. So I don't think I'm not positive that that's what she said. I'm not positive that that's what she said, but I think she was like, oh, you're short. But I'm not, maybe she said you're not short, but I've always considered.
Damien's not even short.
Maybe that's not what she said. I think that's what I heard, though.
Are you taller than me, Damien? I think.
No, not taller
same
than you.
height.
No,
Same
not
height?
taller than you. I think you're a little bit taller than me. Maybe about the same size.
Queen Bee always gets upset because people ask me how tall I am. And I say 6 feet.
You round up. Yeah, I don't feel like I can get away with it. I feel like I'm closer to the 5'11" than the 6, so like I have to round down. Like, I think you're a little bit taller than me, so you can round up.
My line is always, the internet says I'm 6 feet, so I'm 6 feet.
There
You
it is.
Google me, it says 6 foot guard out of Sacramento, California. Okay.
Don't Google me. It doesn't have my height and weight on there, so just avoid Googling me.
Yeah, man, you
At
pulled
all
up, man. You
costs.
came out to, the deep south. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, man. When all this is over, we got a champagne and campaign, man. You know that.
Oh man, because I've never met Jazz. Like, I'd never met your fiance.
Right.
I'd never met Cheryl from Elk Grove, and I love that. Like, I was getting there, and Jazz was talking to your mom, saying, Damien's here. He's dropping something off for Kenny, and she goes, "Don't let him leave. I'll be right over." So she comes over, and it's fantastic because she got me a nice card that says, congratulations on 4 hours, and Thanks for taking care of my boy, and hey, I got you. And then she hands me a bottle of Terramana, and I'm pretty sure it's like, I heard you love everything The Rock. It's like, oh, okay, all right. So the word is out. The word is out.
Christmas time comes around, get Damien something Rock.
Yep, well, it's funny is each of you got me a bottle of Terramana, so now my black owned liquor shelf it's getting pretty full right now.
Damien loaded.
Terramana Talk's about to be lit over there on the Be Heard platform, man. Believe it. People asking, Kenny, did you play for Kennedy?
Do not be on these airways. C.K. McClatchy Lion.
There you go.
One of the great Lion basketball teams of all time. One of the golden age of men's, boys basketball at CKM. The girls are killing it right now. They're amazing. Boys, not so much. We got to get that together. But I was like part of the last great boys basketball team in McClatchy.
Will Z, our statistician, is about to do a deep dive into Kenny Caraway's stats.
Come on, Will. Give me. I need it all. I need the plus minus. I need the PER. What was my PER? All that stuff.
After all these gifts from the Caraways, I'm going to be deloaded, according to Max. But yeah, I didn't realize Kenny was so rich, man. I went over there. That was in the neighborhood. I was like, woo, man.
You guys relax, man. I live next to Metu, man. Relax. I live next to Metu.
I got the wrong hoodie on to be in this neighborhood. Like, I am just going to make my way to the door, and I'm going to see myself out. Jazz lets me in. I'm looking around. It's got this nice floor. Bruh, TVs everywhere. Like,
we got a lot of TVs.
Like the old ESPN zone they used to have. And, woo, man.
The crazy thing is I wasn't even here.
Yeah, you weren't there. No,
yeah,
I was dropping
gone.
something off for you. I wanted did you have it?
Did you see the Bartesian?
I saw the Bartesian. Yeah, it was one of the first things I saw. Yeah.
Ooh, I gotta email these people, man. They need to be part of the show, man. Stop playing.
Need to get it done, man. If there's any salespeople listening, like, let's get this job done. There were some salespeople listening to Ben Roethlisberger. No, and I genuinely mean that. Me and your moms, we're gonna change the world together. I was almost late for our show meeting. I was sitting there talking to your mom so long.
No, y'all gotta connect, man. There's things to be done.
We know what's funny though about, like, I know I've joked about this before. I really haven't seen a lot of people outside like my closest inner circle for the last year.
Yeah.
And so, you and I have only been together in person, like twice since this show has started. And one was really, really briefly, but actually both times were relatively briefly. Yeah. And so that was the first time I was like, it was the first time meeting somebody, you know what I mean? In the last 13 months. And it was like, oh, people, wow, what an experience. Now I'm not going to see anybody for the next 6 months.
We miss that as human beings, man.
Real talk, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's real talk. Ben Roethlisberger. This is interesting for a number of reasons. Ben Roethlisberger, according to Adam Schefter, reduced his pay for the upcoming season to $14 million, down from $19 million. And then they spread the cash payment through the 2022 season. So remember, Ben Roethlisberger was entering the final year of his contract that offered a dead cap for the Pittsburgh Steelers of $41 million.
Oh my gosh!
Now, Ben Roethlisberger said he wants to continue to play with the Steelers. The owner of the Steelers went through the extraordinary step of coming out publicly saying, we want Ben Roethlisberger to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers too.
Yeah.
But he knows, like we know, we can't afford that $41 million cap hit. So this change of $5 million in his salary for the upcoming season and the way that it's spread out over the next 2 years reduced the cap hit by $15 million.
Wow.
What it didn't do, though, was extend his contract. So unless I missed a follow-up article, Ben Roethlisberger's deal still expires this year. Mm-hmm. And by all outward appearances, and man, you talk about keeping your eyes on the upcoming NFL draft, this is probably Ben Roethlisberger's last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think so. I think not only is it his last year with the Steelers, I think it's his last year in the league.
He was good. So what makes you say that?
I don't think he got it like that no more. Like to the point where a team is going to be like, all right, let's sign Big Ben.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like Drew Brees. Somebody asked a question. I forgot what I was listening to. but they were like, would you take Drew Brees over Jimmy Garoppolo? And I ain't gonna lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I had to think about that. And I still don't know what I would do. And I feel like
Because of his age.
His age, and quiet as kept, Drew was not that good last year. He wasn't that good. Like, I'm sure the numbers are solid, but look, Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers were solid the year before. Like, if you play enough in the way the NFL is played, right? Like, if you play your games, your numbers are going to be fine because that's just the way the NFL is. I didn't think Drew was that good last year. I don't think Big Ben was that good. He was cool.
Ben Roethlisberger played 15 games last year. The team was 12-3 when he played. He threw for 3,803 yards.
Solid.
65.6%. He completed 65.6% of his passes. I don't know why I'm having such a difficulty. There it is. 33 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Those were his stats this past year. Not bad.
No, it was cool.
The team with him as a starter was 12-3. Like, they were really good. The funny thing was, and we talked about this all year, we thought they were fraudulent. We thought their record was fraudulent. Like, it was never they were the last undefeated team, if I remember correctly. And every week we were like, you ain't moving me. You ain't got my Steelers ain't got my attention whatsoever.
Not at all. With all due respect.
With all due respect, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, he
solid
was cool.
stats, but I think you're right. This is it.
So I say that those were his numbers this past year. Say just natural regression. That's like as good as he's going to the Hall of Fame and all this other stuff. He can't play forever. He can't play at that level forever. He's going to go down and down year after year. Say he has a little less this year as far as those numbers. You mean next free agency somebody's gonna be like, I need Big Ben?
Man, so he doesn't take care of himself the way Brady does, and I think that we tie back in Buddy Hield. We were talking about it a minute ago. There's something in Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. Yeah. There's something to be said for investing into your body. Ben Roethlisberger is not that. Right. He chooses to play the game differently, and when I don't mean the game of football, I mean just the game of life and the game of being an athlete. He plays that differently. But let me point this out. I said 3803 is how many yards he threw for last year. Go back to 2016. He threw for 3819. He played in 14 games that year. The next year, he played in 15 games. 42. He threw for 4,251. The next year, the team was 9-6-1. He played in all 16 games.
Wow.
And threw for 5,129 yards.
Wow.
The next year he was hurt, and then that brings us to the 2020 season. But all in all, I ultimately think you're right, and I think what the Pittsburgh Steelers do in the upcoming draft will probably be pretty interesting.
Yeah. Rich talked about it here in the chat. He says Ben can't throw the ball downfield with any force. Defenses play him within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage. I mean, once that's what's going on, the writing's on the wall. And I can't get out of my head how abysmal he was in that playoff game against the Browns. What do you have, 5 picks?
Yeah, he was bad.
And there was some
bad. It was really, really bad.
There was some just simple interceptions he was throwing. It wasn't even like great plays or great scheme by the Browns. He was just throwing the right 2 guys.
Yeah, he needs that Le'Veon Bell back. He needs that dominant back. He needs the guy to take some pressure off of him. You mentioned New Orleans. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, in hindsight, did the Steelers play that right? I know people laugh at Le'Veon because he hasn't really done much since he had to sit out, and I think he got a good amount of money or whatever the case may be.
Oh, he got paid. Yeah,
he got paid, but people looked at, look at you now, you haven't won since or whatever. They never asked the question, did the Steelers play that right? Because they really haven't been the same since.
Well, let me mention this real quick. Deuce and Mo are going to join us in 15 minutes, and we'll talk about the Sacramento Kings and their win last night, what their schedule looks like tonight in the foreseeable future when Deuce and Mo join us here in 15 minutes. I get it depends. Like, what's your goal? to reduce the salary cap or to win a championship? I'd argue everybody lost in this situation. As soon as I found out Le'Veon Bell was going to the Jets, it was like, well, that's the end of me ever caring again about Le'Veon Bell, because I'm not going to sit down and watch the Jets. Like, I'll watch the Pittsburgh Steelers because I know the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to play good football. I'm not sitting down to watch Le'Veon Bell play for the New York Jets. Yeah. And so I knew when he signed there, you got your money? You're happy? Good. You missed an entire year over this. You didn't get the contract that you wanted, by the way, lost in all of this. You wound up going to play for the Jets. Your career pretty much ended the year you sat out with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Steelers, despite the record that they had last year, we talked about the regression of Ben Roethlisberger. And, yeah, I mean, everybody loses. You don't have to have a winner. Everybody lost.
Wasn't the whole thing Jay-Z, everybody loses when the family feuds. Nobody wins when the family feuds. That's what he says. But wasn't the thing with
is that the same as, of course, stuff goes down when there's $1 billion in the elevator? Is that referring to the same subject?
I think he mentioned that in that song.
I don't know if it's the same song. It just meant the same subject. We're going over too many people's heads. Sorry.
No,
go ahead.
It could be 444. Go check it out.
That actually wasn't Jay-Z. That was Beyonce that said that, right? Of course, stuff goes down when there's $1 billion on the elevator.
Beyonce. It was Beyonce. Yeah.
But
it
was a hard left turn. Yeah. Le'Veon, Jay-Z, Beyonce. Bang. Bring it home, partner. Bring it home.
The thing with Le'Veon, though, wasn't it that he the Steelers weren't going to sign him after that? Like, wasn't that part of his argument? Like, you guys are about to run me into the ground and you're not going to pay me.
Yep.
So if you're going to run me into it's like, pay me.
Yep.
And he called.
And I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Like, if you don't want to sign a running back, like we knew, because they had done it the year before. Mm-hmm. They were going to use Le'Veon Bell as their workhorse, and they were going to get rid of him. That's why I didn't have a problem with him sitting out. But I think he played his hand in that he thought he was going to get just this massive contract because of the type of running back that he was, because he is a rather unique running back. And then at the time, he was the best back out of the backfield in terms of catching passes. There was no one better than Le'Veon Bell. Yeah. And that works with Pittsburgh. It ain't going to work with New York. Mm-hmm. And we never saw him really be the same again. And where is he? Is he in Kansas City?
He is in Kansas City. I don't even think
anybody know
played in the Super Bowl or anything, because he had gotten hurt actually.
No, like nobody know.
Who else did that happen with? Cowboys. DeMarco Murray. Didn't they run him into the ground, or they plan to? And how did he get to the? He went to the Titans.
No, yeah, they didn't. Yeah, he wound up signing with the Titans. Yeah, I don't think he was traded. I think he actually signed with them.
And he fell off a cliff.
They ran him like
that was before.
Then he retired.
Yeah,
it escalated quick. Yeah,
wasn't that what motivated Le'Veon to be like, no, you guys aren't going to DeMarco Murray me?
And I don't have a problem. I really don't have a problem with that, because when you're a running back and you're that workhorse, and like this is what we're talking about with the San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco 49ers need that back. So Jesse's telling us Murray spent a year with Philly. I don't remember that. Did they trade him to Philly? Is that how he got there? He couldn't have signed with Philly.
He might have signed with Philly. He might have signed with him and then got traded to Tennessee, I think. Maybe that's how he got there.
Wow.
But I do remember him signing with Philly, but the damage had already been done.
You talked about Drew Brees and Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think Drew Brees is retiring. Did you see him push that sled?
Oh,
I've never
seen anybody push a sled like that in my life.
Never seen a man push a sled like that. Phenomenal. Absolutely incredible
One of the
stuff
all-time videos I've ever seen.
Greatness. DeMarco Murray signed with Philly as a free agent. Man, we forget about running backs quick. Holy cow.
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway. 4 topics, 2 arguments, no winners. One-on-one with D-Lo and KC.
All righty, a couple of things to touch on here. Jay Williams. We heard him, Jay-Z and Keyshawn, right here on ESPN 1320, and he said it on Get Up for the 2 other people that watched, and he's making the rounds with this line after the Brooklyn Nets get a win over the Houston Rockets last night, and the James Harden story is now complete. It's not really complete till you go back to the old destination and play the game there and say your piece and keep it moving. Mm-hmm. But Jay said James Harden is the league's MVP right now. He was like, whoa, with all due respect, to Joel Embiid and to LeBron James, James Harden is the league's MVP right now. He had it ranked Harden, Embiid, and then LeBron. And I did the quizzical look at the radio when I heard that. Like, it wasn't a radio. Who am I fooling? It was my phone. Like, what did he say? Really? James Harden MVP? You want to jump in on this conversation?
Well, for those who tuned in to Courtside last night, I had mentioned how last night LeBron James was going to be sitting his first game of the season, which we were surprised about. I mean, I think everybody, when they said they were going to start the season in December, and then turn around, we're like, you won't see LeBron until about February. You'll see him on Christmas, and then you won't see him again until February.
Yeah.
And for him to have not sat a game until the game before the All-Star break, super impressive. He's been phenomenal. Damian then came out and said, that's your MVP. And I was like, okay, maybe so. But before Jay Williams could even say it, I wanted to say, we were going to bring this up again today, I wanted to say, are we just going to ignore James Harden this year? And apparently, Jay Williams is not ignoring James Harden. I mean, he's got to get some mentions here. I mean, he is playing off the charts. 25, 11, and 8 a night. Woo. And you know, I'm skeptical of James. Now, I also told you in this first year with Brooklyn, he's going to be on his best behavior. He's going to play the best he can. And that's what he's been doing so far.
When you're talking about MVP candidates, you're going to be talking about phenomenal numbers, right? And James Harden, I think, leading the league in assists. I mean, I can't imagine someone's averaging more than what would you just say, 11 assists per game? 11.1. Yeah. I can't imagine anyone's averaging more than that. But if he's not, he's right near the top if he isn't. But I think he's leading the league in assists. You've got LeBron at 25.8. You got him at 25.8, excuse me, 7.8 assists and 8 rebounds per game. When you're talking about MVP candidates, you're talking about the you're going to be like I don't even have Joel Embiid's numbers in front of me. I'll pull them up. We're probably talking about roughly the same exact numbers. We're talking about the same exact levels of greatness. But for me, with LeBron, it's like year after year we continue to find ways to not acknowledge him. Like Joel Embiid is at 30 points per game and 11.6 rebounds. All of these guys are putting up phenomenal numbers.
Yeah.
But year after year, we try to convince ourselves that LeBron James isn't the best player in basketball. And if I asked you right now, who is the best player in basketball, are you going to say James Harden? No, and you've got the numbers here. Are you going to say James Harden, Joel Embiid, or LeBron James?
I'm going to say LeBron James.
Then LeBron James is the MVP. I don't even know what we're talking about here.
Is he
if we're looking at this, like, how do you quantify that? Because in the end, again, like, look at this. With the 30 and 11 or 30 and 11 and a half from Joel, near triple double for James Harden, league leader in assists, near triple double for LeBron James. And you talk about narratives, you talk about conversations heading into the MVP conversation. You know, sat out his first game the day before the All-Star break. Didn't quit on the Lakers at any point during the season. Has done a bulk of what he's done without Anthony Davis out there. And all things considered equal, if you just measure them all out and go, man, it's kind of a push with these stats, you ask yourself, well, who's the best player in the league then? Who is the best player out of those three? The answer to me is definitively LeBron James.
So you miss a important part to me in that equation. And when you talk about the best season, I think team success has to play in it.
Okay. You want to pull up the records?
You got Philly at the top of their conference. You got New Jersey. You got Brooklyn.
Fine. Old school.
So you got the Lakers in fourth.
So we're talking about 24 and 12 and 24 and 11 and 24 and 13. You kidding me right now?
And they're what are they? Third or fourth?
They're fourth. They're 24. They got the same freaking record that the other two do.
Okay, but they're about
this is a terrible argument.
Conference.
This is a terrible argument.
That factors into it.
Doesn't factor into anything.
I think Embiid. I think Embiid is MVP right now.
You know what the truth is? I wouldn't be mad if it would I wouldn't be mad if it was any of them. James Harden would be weird. Like no. You can't give it to James Harden in my estimation.
He's not going to get it.
I know everybody feels good because he's doing good with Brooklyn or what. No, he can't have it.
I don't even
He
think
absolutely
people
can't have it.
because they bring that up all the time. They bring up, well, James is playing good, but I just
feel
can't
like
get over the fact of what he did in Houston.
I feel like people are forgetting about it. Like, and I'm not talking about, I don't hold anything against him. Like, I don't care what he did in Houston. I'm just talking about when we're talking about MVP conversations, we got to talk about the whole season. We can't talk about the season after he got to Brooklyn. We can't talk about the season after he threw a fit and got what he wanted. We can't talk about it then. We've got to talk about the entire thing. And there have been LeBron doesn't get the MVP award just because people are tired of it. At least withhold it from James Harden because he acted like a petulant child at the beginning of the season.
I understand. And like you, I wouldn't be upset if LeBron won.
I'm not the biggest James Harden fan, by the way.
I understand. I see you.
All right.
I see you. Now, speaking of MVPs, I've got a question I'm going to bring up, and I've got a follow-up question because I've noticed this.
Mm-hmm.
Is Donovan Mitchell in the MVP conversation for you?
Well, I just named Harden, Embiid, and LeBron. So at this moment, 30 some odd games into the season, no.
Best record in the league.
36 games for them.
He's putting up 24.7, 4.7 rebounds, 5.4 assists.
Those aren't MVP numbers.
But I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to ask you this because somebody else brought it up.
Okay.
If Luka Doncic was on the Jazz, would he be an MVP candidate?
I don't get the.
If he had the same numbers in his team, they were trying.
Well, if it was Dallas, you mean if it was just Dallas in their position is 27 and 9?
Luka Doncic, that man had the team that was the 7th best team in the league or in the conference, and they were talking about MVP last year. You know what time it is.
Probably.
And my question really is,
Probably.
why doesn't Donovan Mitchell get the same type of respect? And that is including me. I hadn't thought about Donovan Mitchell until this was brought up to me, and I was like, you know what? You got a point. Whoever said that, I can't remember.
That's a good point. I don't think he. I think he would be. I think Luka Doncic would be. Donovan Mitchell, I don't think is.
Not even mentioned.
No, he's not.
No.
What was that guy on the Dallas Mavericks again?
Luka?
What was the last name?
Doncic.
Okay, no, you got see when you can think about it, it came out a little bit different the first time, but that's okay. No, I think you just had a bunch of slobber fly at the camera. Again, my partner is not drunk. He's just got the new Invisalign put in. Deuce and Mo set to join us next as D'Lo and KC continue here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Go watch along with the show. They're going to join us on the video stream and here on the radio.com app in Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So you could try something that might be a little bit easier for you with these guys is instead of unplugging everything, if you just turn the mic down on the Rodecaster, not the Rodecaster, sorry, on the Comrex, it should cut you off of the Comrex. So that way you don't have to unplug everything. Okay. So turn it down. Now talk to me. Yeah, you're going. Okay. That should work. Now let me get the crew in here. Hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second. I want to make sure I got you on the right feed. Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. Nope, that's not the right one. Deuce and Mo. What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's happening?
How we doing?
Kenny, I can't hear you. What am I missing? Hold on. We're doing something wrong. Kenny, see, you got the Rodecaster turned down. Oh. I can't hear you. I should be able to hear you. I can't. Nope. Still can't. Maybe I was wrong about turning.
You would hear me. I don't think they would hear me.
Oh, I hear you. We got you now.
So you heard that? Okay, wait a minute. You heard. So how did you hear him right there?
I don't know. I turned the Rodecaster up.
No, keep the Rodecaster up. Turn the Comrex down. Yeah, turn the Comrex down. Sorry,
man. Kenny with technology is tough.
No, it's our setup, man. It's our setup.
It's definitely Kenny.
Don't you listen to Deuce? Deuce is acting all like he's on his high horse of
Diddy
audio engineer over here. Don't listen to him.
Oh, man.
So, Jesse, is there an echo now? Kenny, can you do a quick check? Oh. All right, Kenny, just do what you... I shouldn't be... Kenny, I shouldn't be able to hear you. I don't think. Yeah. I shouldn't...
Check
Wait.
1, 2. Is there an
Now
echo?
I'm echoing. Just do what you normally do. Just sorry. I was trying to make this easier. You got to pop me down. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to come up with some...
Weird.
We
Do your thing.
We're on our own here, guys.
We know how it is.
There we go. Oh, let me take this out.
How are you guys?
Good. A little sleepy, back to back, staying up late, up early.
Yeah.
It's I'm ready for the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I'm just ready.
Yeah. You guys what are you guys going to do? Are you going to do some night? Like, I noticed you moved, like, if the Kings have a couple of days off, you do the show like at like 6 o'clock. Is that what you guys are going to do?
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely do something for the All-Star game. Just be on, hang out online, YouTube, Twitch, probably. And I don't know.
I mean, we'll definitely be doing like podcast chat kind of vibe. So it will probably end up being evening every single evening.
I cannot wait to watch the dunk contest. I mean, when you think about the big names in dunking, Cassius Stanley and
you're an idiot,
Anthony Simons, it's going to be so much fun.
I'm sensing sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
A little bit of sarcasm there.
Man, can we do something better with the dunk? Why isn't he the dunk contest? Why can't we get Zion? Just pay Zion a little more, come through, dunk on some people.
Nobody wants to screw up their reputation. Nobody wants to put in the energy and put in the work that you have to put into your body and everything, even just to get ready for that crap.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. I asked Damien yesterday.
Y'all know, by the way, you guys know that Kenny got Invisalign. So if he sounds like he's drunk, that's what it is.
But I'm saying my T's and my S's are it gets sketchy. But
okay, hang on, guys. Hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, most definitely. We hope you'll hit us up on Twitter, but hit us up on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel right now as our good friends Deuce and Mo are here with us, the Deuce and Mo podcast on the Be Heard podcast platform. Deuce was just sharing with us how excited he is about the upcoming dunk contest this weekend.
We're to the point where we're just begging people to show up now. Like, I think I could have gotten an invitation for this. You know, when the Pacers are putting out a video of Cassius Stanley's dunks, they're searching. They had to dig up some like Fort Wayne Mad Ants footage and him at the like combine jumping. I'm like, that's all you got?
You're a hater.
You have to have more of a resume to be in the All-Star dunk contest, dude.
Honestly, I think Deuce is just a hater because there's a lot more that goes into it. And I think sometimes as fans, we're like, we want more. Well, guess what? I mean, we should be blaming all the players, though. The players are the ones that don't want to come. And like the NBA can't force them to come.
I know.
So just be mad at the players. Don't be mad at the actual dunk contest. And then the guys that are trying to do the dunk contest, they're just trying to get a little platform, a little bit notice. Like, let them work. Let them show off a little bit. And I mean, just be nice.
All I'm saying is if I'm the NBA and I'm going down like the list, and obviously those guys are probably near the bottom. They're like searching. Okay, we're on page 850 here.
Alex Caruso said no.
Yeah, like.
Wait, is that a true story?
No. Is that true?
Oh, I was about to say, oh my God, was Alex Caruso invited to the dunk contest?
I heard that on a podcast, but they could have been joking now that I think of it. But
I would have said just skip the contest. By the time
he turned down dunk contest invite.
Come on, Caruso.
See?
Well, he's got that Manscaped money now, like Deuce and Mo. He don't need that dunk contest prize.
Look, guys, let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
I brought this up to Damien the other day. And I love the dunk contest. I'm at halftime. I'm watching. I'm not down on it. Of course, I'd love the All-Stars to be in it, but that's just not where we're at. But I asked Damien a question. I was listening to a podcast a couple of years ago, and they were like, are we about at the end of the dunk contest, of the dunk? Like, what's next? Somebody's going to have to – people are going to try to kill themselves to try to up what we've seen. Are we about done?
Yeah.
I feel like yes, the answer, because what are we going to see now that's going to blow our minds? Like Vince Carter.
The Kobe commercial. Remember the Kobe commercial where he jumped over the car? You got to do that.
You have to jump over Ashton Martin, boy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Other than that, like nothing's going to shock you. That's why I know this would never happen, but I've always thought it would be best if you had like the best shot blockers, the best dunkers, and they got to.
Oh,
I know someone would get hurt on that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
But tell me that would not be epic.
Blood would be shed, but someone would have to be out for the rest of the season. But hey, it would be entertaining for us.
But hey, man, look, just keep going with the dunk contest. Keep giving me the same windmill that I've seen for the last 20 years. I don't care. I like the dunk contest. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
So you don't think that they should like kind of gradually get out of it a little bit?
Nah, leave it around for now.
Okay.
Yeah, leave it around. They don't get rid of the home run derby.
Yeah, well, I'm asking Kenny this when Kenny's still reading newspapers. So what am I thinking? I don't know.
I want to get to the Kings.
Oh, sorry about that.
I want to get to the Kings. I'm fascinating. I'm looking at that. I haven't seen a Sacramento bee in I don't know how long, and there it's like right at Kenny's house. I want to get to the Kings, their win last night, and of course the game tonight. But I want to bring you into a conversation we were just having. Your MVP halfway through the season is who?
Joel Embiid.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? I don't even think it's like prisoner of the moment. But before Joel Embiid, though, a little bit before, it was LeBron. And I think a little bit too much I'm factoring in like, man, and he's 36 and look what he's doing. But no, he makes everyone so much better on such a consistent level, and he's playing every single game. It's incredible what he's able to do. But Joel Embiid is just showing off right now.
And you look at last night's game, he had 40 and 19. And I know it wasn't all against Gobert, but we're talking about Rudy Gobert. This is not like he's supposed to be this premier defensive player. And this is not shade at Rudy Gobert. This is just how good Embiid is. And he worked on his body over the offseason, hired a chef, got in the best shape ever. He understood that like if he was going to have to get to that next level and be just more than an all-star, he has to be disciplined. He has to work on his game. And this year he's been unbelievable. Like who can slow him down?
Nobody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Problem.
Yeah.
That boy's but so I think it's Embiid.
Yeah.
Damian thinks it's LeBron. Makes a good argument for it. But we just got done talking about Jay Williams, talking about James Harden. Does James Harden, is he even on your radar? Is he kind of like on your bad list because of what happened in Houston, or does that not matter at all to you guys?
He's not on my bad list because of Houston, even though I could see why many would say that, because that's part of the season, that he was doing that. But I could see why he would also be on people's radars. What he's doing with the Brooklyn Nets as a teammate, making others better with those assist numbers and the way that he's facilitating and playing basketball so differently, it's incredible. But I still think there's other players that are doing the game better than him right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got to be a candidate. If you don't have him as a candidate, you're just being a hater. And I'm not like the biggest James Harden guy, but there's no denying, like, look at what they're doing. Yeah. And this is without Kevin Durant in the lineup. He has embraced it. And whether or not we agree with how things went down in Houston, the guy has accepted what his role is with Brooklyn, and he's playing some great basketball.
Well, yes, but that's also sort of misleading in the sense that they're still playing absent, and for my estimation, their best player.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, like, we
going to be the MVP.
Yeah, right. Like, so we haven't seen them out there on the floor together yet, which is, hopefully something we see in the second half of the season, very, very early in the second half of the season. The Kings have won 2 of their last 3.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
How
excited are you about that
game? That Charlotte game. I was talking to G-Man about it. You know how much bad basketball G-Man's seen? He's been here for all 36 seasons of Kings basketball. He's seen 8 playoff teams 10 playoff teams and 8 winning seasons. And even he was I was talking to Jerry Reynolds yesterday. I got to be honest. That was a rough one. That's going to go down in history. This is a guy that saw a whole season where the Kings did not win 1 road game, and he's gone. Yeah, that Hornets game was rough. But I don't know. I mean, they beat a Lakers team that was, without guys, and I mean,
did you guys feel fulfilled? Because for me, there was nothing about it that was a win's a win, right? So you have to look at it from that perspective no matter what. But we also, when you're watching the game so much, you have to factor in how they're winning, what's going on, what the other teams have, what they're doing with their team. And it just doesn't feel exciting right now. It doesn't feel fully engaged. It feels engaged when they feel like it.
It was the Sunday game that ruined everything. If they would have won Sunday and they would have won 3 in a row, it would have been like, okay, well, they're getting themselves together. Maybe they can get this one in Portland, get 4 straight before you go to the All-Star break and have Houston on the other side. But the Sunday one, I was telling Damien, I feel like that one, that crushed a lot of souls for anybody, any hope for the Kings right now.
Even if they would have won that Charlotte game, I get what you're saying, 3 in a row, and you're right. Win's a win, it's fine. But like, they didn't look good against the Pistons, right? Like,
No, they didn't.
They looked awful. It wasn't fun to watch. It was like wow, they really escaped with that one. Even last night, I mean, if Schroeder's shot that bounced like 4 or 5 times goes in, the Kings lose. You know what I mean? And I know it didn't happen, but I don't feel great about it. I am encouraged with the fact that Buddy's knocking down some shots the last couple of games. His shooting's been amazing. I mean, 15 3-pointers. In 26 attempts or something like that.
Yeah.
It's insane. Wow. And he's doing some other things out there. So that's like a positive sign. Hopefully he can build on this and we could start seeing him be able to knock down shots again, because that would change some things for the Kings in the second half, especially once Haliburton comes back.
Yeah. You guys
listening.
Oh, go ahead. Handle business.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, Sacramento, Radio.com, sports station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Damien Barling, Kenny Caraway, joined by Deuce and Mo. KC, go ahead.
I was just going to ask because they would know. Is it the Rancho Cucamonga Lakers or is it Santa Fe Grande? What is it? What's the team?
Oh, the G League team?
Yeah.
The South Bay Lakers.
South Bay Lakers.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot different than the Rancho Cucamonga Lakers.
Yeah.
Like
maybe you're thinking the Agua Caliente Clippers.
Oh, yeah.
That might be where I was going with that.
Yeah. You mentioned Buddy's shooting over the course of the last couple of days. What do you can you attribute that to anything?
You know, I was watching his shot when it was bad, and I was like, what is he doing wrong? And it looked, not only was his confidence not there, but you could see it in the flow and in the rhythm of when it would leave his hands or how he would actually follow all the way through with his arms. Like, it was just different. And now I haven't specifically been watching his form, and I think just because like, oh, he starts making it, so then I'm focusing on other things. But if you are watching a little bit, you can tell it is a whole different flow. There's a different rhythm to it when he's catching and shooting, when he's taking screens from his teammate. I think he's doing a better job too of really using those screens to the fullest, and his teammates are also like going after those guys to make sure that they're setting the best screen that he can have, so he can have a little bit more time.
Well, I also think it helps when they can push the pace a little more. And you know, I mean, it's pretty much been a track meet the last couple of games against the Hornets and the Lakers. Not a lot of defense being played by either team. And I think Buddy's at his best when it's catch and shoot, man. When Fox is pushing, teams are trying to get back in transition. There's all these weird matchups, and Hield is wide open. He knocks down a shot. It's good to see. I don't know. Is this going to translate? Is he going to keep building off of this? I don't know. I like to think he's a better shooter than he's been shooting the last like year and a half.
Does what we've seen from Buddy in the last 2 games, does it change your stance on what they should do with Buddy one way or the other? Like whatever, does it change that?
No. And I look at it like, oh, good. He's more of a valuable asset to look at when they're looking at other options. And again, we've seen this happen with so many players in this league where they don't do their best with the Sacramento Kings and they excel on a different roster. I still believe sometimes with the direction that the Kings need to go, that he is not going to excel to the fullest on this roster as a starter. Again, I'm saying this after a few wonderful games and wonderful shooting games by Buddy Hield, but we've seen so many stretches of bad shooting games, and it's his job to be a shooter. And I understand some of the best shooters in the leagues go through streaks. JJ Redick had a terrible start to his season. Luka Doncic is finally shooting better now as the Mavs are doing better. So shooters find their rhythm and their flow, but at the same time with Buddy, it just seems so inconsistent.
Yeah, I'm not going to get all pumped up and say Buddy's back after 2 games. It's not going to happen. I mean, last night, you know why they won that game? Because they shot 60%. That's the only reason. It wasn't because, they had a few defensive plays that you're like, oh, that was encouraging, but it's not enough. I mean, they were getting pick and rolled to death. It wasn't like the Lakers were running anything crazy. It was like, all right, Schroeder, Harrell, let's run a little pick and roll. Kuzma, do this. It was pretty simple stuff.
And that's ultimately the long-term problem, right? Is the fact that they're not getting better defensively. You mentioned these games being track meets against Charlotte. The Detroit game was just a blah, like whatever.
Back about 10 years, I think.
But they're not getting better defensively, and that's the frustration that I have personally, and I think a lot of Kings fans had with Luke Walton when he came in for that cheery-ass press conference he did the other day where he's laughing and he's telling jokes and he's telling guys, be patient, Kings fans. Like, we got young guys playing big minutes, and it's like, Luke, for the last year and a half, you have been talking about getting better defensively, and there is not one shred of evidence that this team has gotten any better defensively.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, you know what I'll say to that though, Damien, is like when we did see the flashes of good defense when the Kings had their small little winning streak that everyone freaked out about and thought this was going to be the championship team, the whole entire NBA. It was seeing those.
Don't act like you two weren't excited about that either. You
in all fairness, we said we were excited, but we said, hey, enjoy the moment.
We
because
never said playoffs. We never said anything like this is, but it wasn't a fluke. Like, that's the one thing that we do keep saying, like, that stretch of winning wasn't a fluke. In their defense, I don't think was a fluke. I think the way that they game planned and went into every single game, they were doing their homework correctly, right? And I see when you're going from one game, night off, back-to-back game, it's harder to study for a team. And there's guys, for example, like Marvin Bagley, who needs that structure and needs to study the game at a different level than some of the other athletic guys on the team maybe. And when a guy needs to not only study their opponents, but study how to play defense, like, that's really hard to do in the middle of a condensed season when there's really no time to teach that. I'm not blaming, I'm not going to blame Luke Walton for all their defensive problems. You got to blame the personnel and how these guys really don't have that defensive IQ.
Well, and I need De'Aaron to be more locked in consistently. I felt like even last night at the start of the game, he wasn't locked in, and I know it takes a lot of energy to play defense, especially for him who, he's trying to push the pace. There's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, especially with playing so many minutes, and the Kings have zero depth. I mean, they're playing starters like 40 minutes a night, but like, he's got to set the tone, because when he's engaged, and when there were moments last night where he actually got into Schroeder, I'm like, okay, that's what I want to see. And you could set the tone for the rest of the team. It's disappointing to see the defensive breakdowns left and right. We can say Bagley takes steps, but then he takes steps back.
Yes. And Buddy too, you see these great plays, these hustle plays, he's getting steals, and then you see these other plays where like Tucker can just go straight at him, and all he does is back up. He doesn't hold his ground and show jersey to jersey. It's really frustrating.
All right. Two things here that you guys mentioned that I wanted to touch on. Number one, Luke Walton. I know this week I've been Captain Save Luke. All right. I know that's what the case is, but me and Damien were talking about the other day. He's begging these guys out there. He's like, all right, you don't even have to play good defense. Just keep them in front of you for 2 dribbles. Like, this isn't a thing where it's like Luke Walton is saying like, well, we're just going to play how we play and let the chips. No, he's like, he knows like defense has to be better. They're not responding. So he's begging like, please give me 2 dribbles. Right. So that's one thing. And then you mentioned De'Aaron Fox. And one of the things that I've kind of seen with this team, and it goes back to when they were playing really good basketball, De'Aaron Fox had to play out of his mind for them to win. Like, he played out of his mind. And if he's not, I got the feeling last night, like if he's not damn near perfect, they struggle. That's a lot. Like, that's a lot on him. Like, if he is not on his complete like you mentioned, he didn't come out like with the same mindset that, we would want them to in the all-star campaign, De'Aaron Fox. Like, that's crazy. Like, he can't have a 5-minute stretch where he's like not at his top peak and they'll be down by 11. That's a lot to put on him.
we talked about that last night, and you're exactly right. It's like those teams when you go into those games and you're just like, man, you're gonna have to play perfect against this team. The Kings are not good enough team where they can say that. They have to, man, you're gonna have to play perfect every single night if you actually want to get these wins, because or you can have some of those fluky nights where another team doesn't have their star players, and even last night, you're right. It's when you take plays off and you're the best player on the team, that vibe is felt, and other people aren't going to be as disciplined in their defensive stance in the way that they're playing as well.
The margin of error is so slim. I mean, we how many Thursdays, what day is it? I don't even know. It is Thursday. Okay. How many Thursdays have we been on this show talking about the Kings' depth? It's not there.
Yeah.
Like,
I believe the answer is all of them.
yeah,
all of the Thursdays.
it's insane. Like, we said it before the season. We've said it even when the Kings were playing well. We're like, guys, look how many minutes these stars are playing. Are they going to get worn down? And this NBA season, look around the league. Like, there's so many teams up and down. People are scratching their heads. Why is this happening? Well, they're playing like a condensed schedule. And the Kings,
no training camp,
them big time because of the fact that they don't have any depth. Like, Corey Joseph had a good game for the first time in what, a month?
Yes.
No, it's
I know.
I'm getting love, but, like,
not throwing shade.
I mean, well, I am kind of. I mean,
he played 34 minutes
There
too.
was definitely said he was an umbrella in that situation. He absolutely was.
Yeah.
In a month, Deuce, come on.
Have we been watching Corey Joseph?
He's not wrong.
Month? Yeah, played a game in a month.
Probably like 3 weeks.
Month-ish?
Yeah.
You're really riding hard for Corey. Are you Captain Savico? Like, what is happening right now? What are you doing?
You're real, and again, this is when Kenny, like playing Kenny, here he comes, and I love it because it's true. When you see a guy, he wants to work hard, he wants to do well, but honestly, Corey Joseph has more bad games than good. And last night, though, you got to give him credit because it was one of the better ones.
So you said something a minute ago about that eight. We were joking about the excitement, Morgan, and we didn't say they were going to the playoffs and they were winning a championship and this is the greatest moment ever. But you also didn't think it was a fluke. But you also just pointed out the fluky nights in which the star players, those two things happen to coincide together. The fluky nights and the streak that you didn't think was a fluke. But if we're talking about eight games, 8 or 9 games over the stretch of 35, isn't it kind of fluky-ish?
No, because Damian, eye test. Really, you use your eyes on when they were having that winning streak. They were playing good basketball, the way that they were playing as a complete unit. But now, so then you see a game like last night, that wasn't good basketball.
But why? That's the problem. Why?
Well, in my opinion, like, when I think teams go through stretches when they're it's kind of a fluky thing. It's because they're just out shooting teams. And we see that, right? Like last night's a great example. The Kings won a game because they outshot a team. They don't win it because they like locked down or played some really good basketball. They shot the ball at a great clip and they won the game. They escaped with a 3-point win. During that stretch, they were fighting. They were coming back. They were playing close games. That was great. But to me, it wasn't sustainable because of what we've been hitting on. You don't have depth. What Kenny was just talking about. De'Aaron was playing out of his mind. Barnes was playing the best basketball of his career. Rashawn Holmes was playing the best basketball of his career. Haliburton was playing really well. Well, then what happened? You started noticing, Barnes, oh man, he's playing banged up. Then he has a few bad games. Fox is banged up. Haliburton gets banged up. Rashawn Holmes gets banged up. And then you go, oh, yeah. So maybe these minutes, like, yeah, they played good for that stretch, but they can't keep playing like that because they're relying so much on their starters. And you can't do that, especially in a season like that.
Yeah, I agree. Corey Joseph, 22 points 2 weeks ago against the Nets.
Hold on. I'm glad you're bringing up stats. It's cute because you probably looked at it in the paper. I got basketballreference.com. It's a website in front of me. Corey Joseph in the month of February. Oh, man, that crisp 28% from three-point land. Let's go to January where he shot 30% or December 30%.
You just said he hadn't played good in a month. I gave 2 weeks.
He had one good game. He
said he hadn't played a good game in a month. I said he played good 2 weeks ago.
I'm bringing up his game.
Season. I didn't say that.
Oh my bad. Yeah, he scored 22 in an 11-point loss to Brooklyn.
Oh, see, now you're getting real deep into the weeds. I just said the man played good.
Don't tell me about stuff and stats, all right? Get out of here. Why are you really dying on this Corey Joseph hill right now?
Captain Savico, the vaunted Brooklyn Nets defense, by the way. The lockdown defenders that are. The Brooklyn Nets.
Played good last night, and that was the first time in 2 weeks, not a month. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
And then, I mean,
Kenny.
before that he played another good game, but I'm just saying. So maybe he had 2 games in a month that were good.
Kenny is riding this one hard.
Yeah, you are. And look, I don't want to pile on Corey. He's a nice guy, great teammate,
human.
all that stuff. I get it. But you could, I mean, during this stretch, that's the other thing. The Kings are not as watchable without Tyrese Haliburton on the floor.
Well, and that goes
fun things to watch last night, watching him like on the bench.
Well, and that goes to the other thing. Like Luke played, I mean, he technically played 8 guys. He really played 7. That can't possibly be sustainable for this team moving into the second half of the season, especially when you open up. I know they got the game against Houston at the Golden One Center, but then you got 6 on the road right after that.
No, it's not sustainable. And I think we all know it. And it's scary looking at, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to keep trying to give like Justin James minutes, Kyle Guy minutes? Like, I really want to see DeQuan Jeffries play, 35-minute games. That's
ain't getting
what I'm
that.
looking forward to. Yeah, really.
My brother and me don't hold your breath.
I don't understand. Like, he played 6 minutes last night, and Corey Joseph played 34.
But Corey Joseph played well.
No, he
No, I know. I'm kidding.
first time in a month.
It was the first time in his career he ever played a good game.
First time ever he played a good game. How different, real quick, the last minute here, how different do you think this team looks when they go back to work a week from tonight?
I don't think they look any different. I think once we get a little closer to the trade deadline, we're going to start. I think teams are still trying to figure out, okay, let's see where we are the first week after the All-Star break, right? Because there's a whole bunch of teams bunched up. That's what I think. But you saw the piece today that Shams put out there about how many teams are interested in Bielitsa. He threw Golden State out there, Boston.
Philly.
I think Golden State would be a great ad for them. They need shooting big time. So the good thing for Sacramento is there's going to be a lot of buyers out there.
And I think they'll look fresh. But here's the thing, you guys. Everyone's going to look a little fresh. So it's just going to be a whole bunch of fresh competition.
Houston,
there you go.
Fresh. They might. I'm going to say they ain't going to beat them. But Houston, they can look fresh all they want. They stink.
Well, you could say they stink, but like if I'm Christian Wood, I'm going to my agent going, why did he sign that extension? Because they have not won a game without him. They lose 13 in a row. He's missed all those games.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he'll be back for that, of course. And
and he'll have 40. He'll have 40.
You guys got a busy night ahead. The night chat immediately following the Sacramento Kings and the Portland Trailblazers on Twitch, YouTube, and, of course, the podcast available on the Be Heard podcast platform. Deuce Mo, we appreciate you as always. We'll be back with more, including, you guys will love this, Shaq took a hell of a bump last night on AEW. And here's a question for you to ponder. Is Shaq the most recognizable person in the world? Think about that as D-Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Shaq looked awesome last night.
He
was
great
on it before when I heard it was happening. Like, come on, man, dude, he was great.
He did a great job. Yeah. It's amazing that WWE never figured out a way to get him in the ring and like do something serious because he was so invested in it. I thought it was awesome.
I'm shocked that WWE messed something up. Yeah.
I know, right? Stunner. Stunner.
Were you talking about person or athlete? Because wouldn't someone like Kim Kardashian or
my argument was if you're like Tiger or Cristiano Ronaldo or Kim Kardashian,
got it.
You can sort of hide, right? Anywhere in the world. Like you could walk past somebody. Kim Kardashian would be different. And even Cristiano Ronaldo is so pretty. It'd probably be difficult for him too.
Absolutely.
Tiger could like hide.
Yep.
Like Tiger could. Shaq can't hide.
Big human.
Like you'll know, you could be on one side of the Roseville Galleria and know that Shaq is on the other.
That's a great point.
That was the angle I was taking.
Feel the thunder. I'm kidding. He actually looked really in shape. I was just being mean. That was really mean. I know. I'm like fat shaming.
I actually thought he looked pretty good.
He did look good.
He did good. He did a great job.
Although
he took that bump like a pro.
Morgan, that was uncalled for. You just don't reflect it. Here.
I don't know if your Shaq works now with that Invisalign. It's like Shaq with a lisp.
Were you laughing at him during? Because like Deuce just kind of burst into like a smile at one point.
I was trying to say something, and it was a struggle.
He's dropped a few words that have been sheer comedy through the last 2 days.
One day I'll get used to this.
What was the word that you messed up?
Statistically was a really good one yesterday.
Say it right now.
I think I worked on. They had me saying Sloane Stevens. That was a struggle last night.
How's it feel to wear those Invisalign? How's it feel? Like good?
I don't feel bad. It's awkward, like when I try to talk, but they don't hurt. It hurts putting them back on.
Yeah.
Off to eat, and when I put it on for about 5 minutes, ooh, it hurts. But other than that, it's no issue.
You committed. Stay consistent.
I didn't think you needed Invisalign, man.
Oh, I needed Invisalign.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Kenny's loaded, dude. I went to Kenny's house this morning. This dude is loaded. Got these gorgeous floors. There was a Rolls outside. I had the Maserati. Like, dude, Kenny's sneaky.
Wow, Kenny.
Okay, Kenny.
Yeah, pass some of that over here, man.
It's check to check over here, man. Check.
All right, man. We appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out.
All right, guys.
All right. Bye, guys. Oh, man. I wanted to make sure. Roddy. I know you couldn't have left us, Roddy. You've got to still be in here, Roddy. If you're not, I saw you ask earlier, and I wrote it down. It's Marcus Garvey. It's Malcolm, Martin, Huey, and then big dude at the bottom is Marcus Garvey.
Marcus said,
Marcus,
no, let's go back. Let's go back, damn it.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Marcus Garvey was like, we're good. Let's keep it moving. Marcus Garvey, well, okay. We are on a live stream. I'll be careful. But Marcus Garvey is the one where there are some people out there be like, he got a point.
Right.
Got a point.
Right. By the way, anybody that wants to know, Dayton is now up by 10 over Rhode Island. Rhode Island had battled back, but Dayton up 71-61 with 4:47 to go in the second round of the Atlantic 10 tournament.
Cole got to listen better, man. You missed the whole point. Appreciate Deuce and Mo joining us as they do each and every single Thursday here on ESPN 1320. Make sure you subscribe to their podcast, the Deuce and Mo podcast. You can search Deuce and Mo in the radio.com app or whatever your favorite podcast platform is, or search Be Heard and get all of the Be Heard podcast platforms or all of the Be Heard podcast on the platform right there. They had a great conversation with Kevin Harlan earlier in the week, and they do shows following Kings game, so they'll be on tonight. After that one as well. This is a conversation I didn't expect would hit the phones, but 916-349-1320. Herbert's on the line, and he wants to talk about Corey Joseph.
Yeah, we gonna get some stuff straight today. What's up, gang?
Herbert, what's good? What's good, baby?
What's up, big dog?
Man, y'all see my boy do his stuff, right?
He played well. He played well.
We gave him props.
Well, I was just listening earlier, and I was like, dang, my boy getting a lot of runs today.
We showed him up. What do you have, 13 and 6 or something like that? What do you have?
He played well last night in his 34 minutes, and he had the fight. Like, he did a good job.
Did you guys think he set the tone, though? Like, seriously, like, watch him from the gate.
Well...
No.
I mean, I wouldn't argue with anyone who said that he didn't or that he did, because I know Buddy didn't, De'Aaron didn't. Those guys got going later. Those guys got going as the game went along. I mean, you could probably make an argument that Corey Joseph did.
Herbert, I will say this, though. The start of the third quarter, I liked what I saw from Kojo and De'Aaron Fox defensively. And I think that was a bit of a tone setter. Because they hopped out to like a 8-point lead to start the second half.
Yeah.
I'll give them that. I'll give them props.
Well, I always like the underdog, man, and I think I'm a big basketball guy, and I always think, I know everybody likes the people who can score and all that, but you can win basketball games other ways, besides just scoring.
Absolutely.
hustle and some of my favorite players. Like I like Marcus Smart, man. I've seen that kid change the game.
Yeah.
You know, just by hustling.
Yeah.
And just Corey, he's not the heart and soul of the team or nothing like that, but I like guys that play with heart, man.
Okay.
Corey Joseph Herbert, to your point, would be so much more valuable if this team had a better roster. If he gets asked to do a lot more than maybe he's capable of, and that's no fault of his own. He goes out there and tries his best to do whatever coaches is telling him to do. But sometimes it's just out of the realm of the type of ball player he is. But if they had more talent on this roster, I think we'd see Corey Joseph and like him a lot more than what they do.
Appreciate you, Herbert, man. Thanks for the call as always. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. And Herbert, I'm sorry if we didn't show Kojo enough love. We'll start showing.
I did. That was you, Damien. I showed him love.
Okay. Well, you did rep for him in the 22 points, the 22 points he put up in an 11-point loss. Yes, of course he had a big game
2 weeks ago.
Yes, absolutely. So to Corey Joseph, we're sorry. We're sorry. You did a fantastic job there, and he did have a tremendous game last night, and he did a lot of things that worked. I've been anxious to talk about this all day. Really, for me, this is the lead right here. Like this guy, you talk about buying in.
It's incredible.
Good old JR right there.
Holy hell. Good swing and a miss, and Cody.
Courtesy of AEW right there. The Shaquille O'Neal takes a bump through the table at the hands of Cody Rhodes on TNT last night.
So look here, I had seen it, but I guess my volume wasn't up or whatever. I didn't know we got a good God Almighty.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, can we get that again?
JR was, I hate it when you do that, don't you? I hate it when you do that, but we give the people what they want.
Good swing and a miss, and Cody with the poke of the eyes. Now Cody on the top. Oh my God in heaven! Good God Almighty! The tables are everywhere. People are shattered.
Shaq took that bump like a pro.
Man. That boy took that bump, man.
He took
that bump.
Shaq was so invested in this wrestling match last night that he had. So TNT airs All Elite Wrestling. I don't know that they're partners as much as just television partners, but TNT used to be the home of like WCW back in the day, and they were really big in the wrestling business for a really, really long time. And now they're back on with AEW, and they promoted a lot on Inside the NBA and all of that. And Shaq has been a huge wrestling fan for a long time, so they set something up with him, and he was going to do something with Cody and Cody's wife, but I think she's pregnant or something like real life pregnant, not pro wrestling pregnant, where something horrible is bound to happen. But like I watched Shaq last night, and it's like he was so invested in this match. I thought it was awesome.
Do you think he had an opportunity to practice that?
There's a couple of things that he had to have practiced. Like he powerbombed the crap out of Cody Rhodes last night. That's not something you just go out there and go, we're going to figure that out there in the ring, big fella. No, we're going to go out there with a crash pad below me, and you're going to figure out the proper point in which you let me go and allow me to take the fall and do what I do as a professional wrestler.
Because I noticed it because he took that bump perfectly. Like
for him. And that's probably because you don't really want to practice going through a table. So maybe they practice going through a crash. But for him, because of his size, you put the two tables out there. It's big fella, just fall.
Yeah.
That's all you've got to do is catch me and fall back. And I know it's easier for me to say I didn't have to do it. But that's what I think is so great about this. He bought into it. He took the bump. The best part was he sold it. So he's like laid out. They do the whole stretcher gimmick and everything. The best part of the whole thing is they're doing an ambulance, right? They're doing the ambulance angle with Shaquille O'Neal. They put him in the ambulance and he doesn't fit. So he's supposed to be knocked out from going through this table. They put him in the ambulance and they're like, oh crap, he doesn't fit. And you see him lift his legs up so they can close the door and finish the shot of the ambulance driving away with Shaquille O'Neal in it.
I got to peep that,
Freaking
man.
fantastic.
I didn't see the whole thing. I just saw the clip. I got AEW on the DVR. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. Just like I did with Bobby Lashley.
Just so good, man. Just absolutely loved it. Shaq, and of course he's just a monster. He is an enormous human being, which is why I posed the question, to Deuce and Mo as we were wrapping up our conversation there. Is Shaq the most recognizable person in the world?
I think he is. I mean,
and I know, and this is the same thing Mo said. Mo was like, well, do you mean athlete? Because like Kim Kardashian or some supermodel or actress or soccer player or whatever. And my argument is those are all, while Kim Kardashian is stunningly beautiful. Right. Cristiano Ronaldo, stunningly beautiful. Like it's difficult for those guys, but for the most part, they kind of look normal. I mean, in terms of like their normal size, they could hide easily.
Right.
Dude, Shaq ain't hiding. Like if
7'1".
Shaq, not only 7'1", but is just his size.
Yeah.
Like, it's Shaquille O'Neal.
I told the story when we were bringing this up before the show. I'll say it here. I was in Carson, California, and in Carson, for the most part, is like a black Mexican Samoan like sub city in LA. And I was at the gas station, and I saw this guy, and the white guy. He was tatted up or whatever, and he was getting gas there. Had a nice little G-Wagon or something like that. I was like, who's that guy? He just kind of stood out or whatever, but I didn't think nothing of it. And I went and paid for my gas, came back around, still couldn't see his face. And I was like, this guy, he looked pretty cool. I see him out here in Carson. He turns, it's David Beckham. Yes. I'm like, oh, excuse me, David Beckham. I mean, he was there because that's where the Galaxy or whatever, they played down the street in Carson. So I say all that to say, it took me.
Did you say anything to him?
Nah, I would have, but he was like getting in the car, and
okay.
It was whatever.
Okay.
I missed that opportunity. But I say all that to say, it took 5 minutes or so for me to actually see his face and be like, David Beckham. Mm-hmm. It's not taking anybody 5 minutes to say that's Shaquille O'Neal.
Ramsey brings up a point here in the chat at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Michael Jordan is 6'6". Mm-hmm. He's still pretty tall, obviously very recognizable. I mean, we're probably splitting hairs at this point. I just think if you've ever seen Shaquille O'Neal in person, like I'll never forget the first time I saw him in person, especially when you see him off of like a basketball floor, when you see him in a different environment. We were at Club Ricky's on 7th and J Street.
Wow.
Early 2000s, Lakers-Kings rivalry is a real deal. And a limo pulls right up next to me in front of the club. We're broadcasting live there. And Shaq gets out of the limo in sections. It's like one leg, 2 legs, and then he kind of slides out and puts his hands above and like ducks his head and kind of pushes himself out of this limo. And you just see this. And I'll never forget that experience in my life. That was the first time I ever saw him in person. And I go, that's different.
Yeah.
That's just different. That's not normal. That is different. You see basketball players. You see Charles Barkley. Barkley's a big dude. Like he's not nearly as tall as Shaq, but he's big. It's not even close. Like it's not even close. Shaquille O'Neal is an entirely different presence than anyone else.
Yeah, Shaq, and dare I say, the further we get from his playing career, I feel like Shaq was a little underrated. I think he's getting underrated. Yeah, like now when you ask somebody now, like I think Shaq is a top 10 player to ever play the game.
Yeah,
and he doesn't get mentioned.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't know if people go top 5. I think part of it is, and this is the disadvantage of centers, is they require someone else. It's like a receiver, right? They sort of require somebody else to at least get them in position. When you're LeBron or you're Kobe or you're Jordan or you're any of those other guys who are normally you're the person with the ball in your hands.
Right.
Hell, even Bill Russell. Bill Russell had the ball in his hand. Will Chamberlain, as we know from Will Chamberlain's stats, no one touched the ball on Will Chamberlain's team except for Will Chamberlain.
Unless he wanted an assist.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, similar before his stint with the Los Angeles Lakers, he was in dominant control of the ball. Then he gets to the Lakers, and of course he's got, arguably the greatest point guard, certainly one of the greatest point guards ever, making sure that he had the ball.
Yeah. I just feel like he's underrated, man. And you hear these things.
I think he's the most dominant player in my lifetime. Like just sheer dominance. I don't think anyone's been more dominant than Shaquille O'Neal.
Nah. And I look back, I mean, the greatest centers of all time, all respect to him. What they gonna do with Shaquille O'Neal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if Wilt and Bill Russell and all, great, all-time greats, they had to guard Shaquille O'Neal. What they gonna do with Shaq?
Wilt, I think, was a little bit bigger than Bill Russell, but still, I mean, Shaq is just Shaq. They changed rules because of Shaquille O'Neal. You know what I mean? Like there's a handful of guys that they changed rules for. They changed collegiate rules because of Kareem or Lou Alcindor at the time, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They changed rules because of when you're altering rules because of a player, you're pretty freaking dominant.
That's different,
and that's what Shaquille O'Neal is. This has come up a couple of times in the chat. Is The Rock? Would you put The Rock? Because again, The Rock, he's 6'5".
Yeah.
But you know what The Rock looks like. He's
right.
pretty. He would be another difficult presence to hide, and he's famous for ways that Shaquille O'Neal isn't famous. He probably has not probably. He certainly does have a broader audience. Obviously, all of the fans of Young Rock on NBC, they know all about the People's Champ.
I would even say, like The Rock, he's yoked. He's big. He's big enough or whatever. He still can like hide. Like you can make the argument he could put on an oversized coat, a hat, and glasses, and it might take
just be a big dude. He's just a big guy walking by you. Yeah.
There ain't a lot of 7'1" walking around.
Right. Yeah.
7'1" is different.
7'1", that size, and there's nothing he could put on. You put on a suit and you're that big.
Right.
You put on shorts and you're that big. You put on anything and you're that size. Like there's just nothing. There's nothing you could do. And you mentioned this we kind of mentioned this yesterday, but not as definitively, dude. The people are really overreacting to that Shaquille O'Neal Candace Parker exchange yesterday.
Man. People got to calm down.
Like
they got a think piece.
Like they're talking about Shaq like he's stupid or something. Like he had an opinion that differed from Candace Parker. I thought the way Candace was looking at him was hilarious. I didn't think what Shaquille O'Neal was saying was ridiculous. I thought he was asking her a question and asking her to retort it. And then when she did, and when Dwayne Wade did, he was just like, okay. It's fine. Like but people are talking about Shaq like he's some sort of idiot or something.
And I made the
Candace
comment.
Schooled him like, hey, wait a minute, like calm down,
relax.
Candace knows the game, but Shaq's not a fool,
right? I made the comment a couple of weeks ago on Twitter about I feel like Shaq only watches the game on the days he's in the studio. Like I don't think he goes home and has league pass and is going through the league. Don't get that confused with the fact that he still knows the game. Like he still knows what the hell he's talking about when it comes to the game of basketball. He's from a different era. So I think the thing with him, he expects certain things from players. Like how we were talking yesterday and they were like, you have to switch nowadays. No, you ain't got to switch. Work. Work. Get through it. Get over the screen, whatever the case may be. Like, he expects that where maybe today's player doesn't do that or it's not coached that way. But don't get it twisted. He knows what the hell he's talking about with basketball.
It's also not an accident. He always just happens to have a different opinion than somebody else.
That's something too.
I mean, I'm not saying that his opinions aren't real. I'm saying when he poses a question of why don't you do this or why don't you do that, and he's posing it as a question rather than a definitive statement, he's creating conversation, which, by the way, it's those guys' job.
Facts.
Like their job is to create conversation, talk about basketball, be entertaining, do all of those things. Like no one goes to inside the NBA. No one goes to NBA on TNT. Hell, no one goes to sports talk shows on YouTube or Twitch or on ESPN 1320 just to hear, well, the Kings won 123, 120 last night. Yeah, everybody knew that the second the alert came to their phone. Like, nobody goes to that anymore. Like, you go for the discussion. You go for the conversation. Shaq was just creating discussion, but I think part of it was because it was Candace.
That's true.
Because it was like, oh, Shaq, oh, man, Candace schooled Shaq. It's like, okay, Candace knows the game. Like, stop. Settle down.
It was two basketball minds having a basketball conversation.
With that said, players only is still terrible. with all that said, players only should still never.
You're not a fan of players only.
I'm not a fan of players only calling the games, because you know what happens sometimes, at least in the experience of the times that I watched it. And truthfully, I say this, I didn't like it, so I stopped watching it. Or I would watch it on mute, so I would stop hearing it. But most of all, I just stopped watching it.
See, I ain't never done that.
Yeah,
I complain about announcers all the time, and like, I can't take it anymore.
That's true.
That point.
Oh, I've turned it off many times, or just flat out hit mute and did something else. I used to watch Kings games on mute. Part of that was because I can't do it anymore, but part of that was I feel like if you mute something, you pay more attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you muted tonight's Kings game, you would pay more. You wouldn't have anything on in the background. You wouldn't be reading the newspaper or doing your handwritten notes. You'd have to see what was happening. And sometimes I would find, I'd have the game on and I'd hear Doug say something and I wasn't watching. Like I would react to what Doug said rather than react to what was going on the screen. Right. So I started watching it with the sound off because it forced me to pay closer attention to it. But with players only, I just couldn't stand it.
Here's one of the more famous ones. People hate Joe Buck.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. I love it. I love Joe Buck.
I don't understand it. The only person that I think...
But that's not players only. That's just a person's preference. Like some people just don't like Joe Buck.
Yeah, there's that. The players only, a lot of people were down on it. It was okay. It was.
Well,
okay.
I feel like what they did though is you'd get like two players together, right? You'd get just hypothetically, and I don't know that Dennis Scott and Greg Anthony or whatever. They would start like talking about stuff that didn't have to do with what was happening on the screen. You know what I mean? Oh, remember when we were in Orlando and blah blah? It's like, no, I'm not here for this. Like I don't care what Waffle House you ate at in North Carolina. Like what is happening right now? I'm not here for this.
My cousin used to hate Nate Robinson on the mic.
Bruh. Hey, let me guess. Let me go out on a limb here and guess. You loved you some Nate Robinson, didn't you?
Do I love a keep to leave?
Yes. That's why I know you love some Nate Robinson.
Nate was a little more out there than even to keep to leave, but I was okay with Nate.
I'm just not there. And there are certain places for me that I go for for that. Mm-hmm. The game ain't one of them. Post game maybe, or a talk show maybe, but not like the game. The game I need to pick stuff up from, and I can't remember a single players only broadcast where it was like, oh, that was great insight right there.
I need a mega cast. I need both. You know, I like my options.
That's fine.
You see my house. I got TVs everywhere.
Everywhere.
In there,
Kenny
but I need
is
the option
loaded.
The TV. People are gonna start believing that. Asking me for $1. Got to relax.
You got $1 to spare. He doesn't have $1 to spare. He's got a TV to spare though. Just TVs, monitors. Everywhere. He's got a bed. This fool's got a bed that's like 7 feet high. You need a ladder to get to.
We got trip stools. We got trip stools.
Kenny's got an elevator to get to his palatial platform bed. Never seen anything like it.
I got the Cali King. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you're talking about the size of a mattress. What I'm talking about is the size of your actual bed. Like I've never seen an elevator to like you've got to take an elevator at Kenny's house just to get in the bed.
The bed goes to about a little above my waist.
I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Funny? A historic, legendary California Bay Area radio guy, Gary Radnich, used to listen to him every day, right? And they used to always joke. They're like, "Oh, Gary, did you go Did you go, Bryce, spare change? I got you. I only got change though. Okay. But they used to ask Gary, they'd be like, Gary, did you go wash the Bentley this weekend? He was like, nah, Bentley was in the shop, yada, 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 or whatever. And there was this bit on the show all the time. Gary really had a Bentley. He really had a Bentley.
Well, you weren't. We were joking. You weren't. Did you have the Bentley out? Because you weren't there when I got to your house. Did you take the Bentley to work? You driving there. There's this speculation now from Rich that Metu is actually sleeping on Kenny's couch bed. I didn't see Metu there, so I'm not sure. He could be in Portland, of course. Yeah, Metu sleeping at Kenny. That's one of those you had to be there lines. It's one of those you had to be there.
I'm really on Freeport with Metu. Although Freeport is a weird street because Freeport goes from bad to good or good wherever direction you're going. Freeport, you can be in one type of town. You drive a little further down. Oh, this where we at? Okay.
That's how I felt in your neighborhood. I was like, oh. I realized what I was wearing. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak over, drop off this little gift I got for KC, and get up out of here before I get seen.
Just drop my name. You good?
No, I'm here to see Kenny. I'm here for the Caraways. Keeping up with the Caraways. That's all I'm here for. KC had that GameStop stock. Like he knew when to cash out. Ooh, boy. Like, man, had to take my shoes off and
this is no, I don't do that. That's actually a pet peeve of mine.
I heard Kenny's got a robot now as a maid. This is okay. Most of this stuff I'm joking about, not all of it, most of it. Kenny, this is something I learned today. Kenny follows the Roomba around the house and yells at it.
It gets stuck. It gets stuck.
These are things that I learned today. Is Kenny follows that Roomba around and yells it. Don't go under the couch. You're gonna get stuck if you go under the couch.
Man, and what does it do? Get stuck. Goes under the couch. Goes under the dresser. Why? I just got you from out of there.
We started seconds before the show started. We got into a conversation about something Joe Montana said. So I want to bring this to the air. Joe Montana called Tom Brady the greatest of all time. Called him the GOAT. That's not what sparked the conversation. So we're going to get into that, and I want to talk more about the Kings. Obviously, the Kings beating the Lakers last night, a big night from Buddy Hield. There's a lot more coming here as D'Lo and KC continue on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're live on the radio.com app and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You know what it is. It's ESPN 1320.
Yep. Jesse, you're getting on the air and you're defending yourself, buddy.
We didn't get to. There's a couple of one-on-one questions we left out there. You want to leave these other two out there for tomorrow?
Yeah.
We could use those tomorrow because I feel like the overtime one we could use like as conversation, but we could use that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good. And then what time is it? It's almost 2:45. Maybe you want to still do Texas today, or you want to do them tomorrow?
Racism ain't going nowhere, so
Facts.
I guess we can do it tomorrow. We could do it tomorrow.
Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. We just plan the show in front, like we do. That's what we do here. That's what we used to do before. Everything that you guys are seeing now, that's what we used to do. We go over the show. We kind of make some adjustments to what we're doing, and kind of keep it moving. Like I don't know if you guys saw the University of Texas story about the school song. Now some people like, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, Jason, you missed it, man. We were talking. We even showed the video. I'm figuring out how to share the screen. I'd rather show the video, just the video. I think it would look cleaner if I could figure out how to show the video rather than like the entire screen. But yeah, that was a great bump by Shaq. Shaq did a great job. Yeah, I know Ramsey. I know you saw that. We've got I don't know that we'll do that today. We went with that Shaq thing a little longer than I intended to. Maybe we'll get to this Texas stuff tomorrow. Like I said, racism ain't going nowhere. Yeah, that's what we do. That's real talk, Bryce. We call in Omaha, man. We call audibles all day. Like we have a. I'll show it to you. I think I could show it to you. Let me see if I can pull this up. Share screen. Boom. Where are we? Share this one. Bang. So you guys see this. This is what our rundown looks like. So we kind of put this together to kind of like lead us through the show, just remind us of things that we need to touch on, things that we need to do, that whole deal. And a lot of time, like it's fluid, like it changes all throughout the show. So that's today's. That was courtside last night. Here's Wednesday's show with Jason Anderson and all of the stuff we did yesterday. So there's another little peek behind the curtain there. All right, we'll do it. We'll get into the Texas thing, and we'll get into the Texas thing for sure. I forgot there's a game tonight, man. We gotta, dude. I know a lot of y'all come back for the courtside. Dude, I think we're going to put an end to courtside. Now that the show is 4 hours, courtside is kicking our ass, dude. It is so difficult. And not that it's difficult to talk about the Kings. It's easy to talk about the Kings. It's difficult to, we can't, like we break for basically an hour. We come back at 5. We get the show ready. We got to run on Luke Walton and do all of that stuff. Lazy. Hey, you know what, Lazy? That's what it feels like. But I mean, it's what we wanted. Like originally the show was 2 hours. It was like we got to find more ways to, to get on the air and be creative and bring you guys content. But now that we're on for 4 hours, we may look to wind courtside down here a little bit.
Good old courtside.
Giving them a little peek behind the curtain, calling audibles here on the rundown and all that. Yeah, true story, Ramsey. Texas is just,
oh my gosh. I saw that they were everybody knows they're opening up, but Canelo, his next fight, they either want to do it in Vegas or Texas. And they were saying if they went to Texas, they're anticipating they'll be able to put 80,000 at AT&T. 80,000.
Well, Alabama had a story yesterday, or I had it. We just didn't get to it. Alabama, they're going for 100,000 in September. Appreciate you so much for being with us. The NCAA tournament is 15 days away. Catch all of the tournament games on ESPN 1320. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. I know Kenny's excited about the NCAA tournament coming up here in 15 days.
Atlantic 10 tournament on right now in the studio. Right now we've gone to George Washington versus George Mason.
Do you hear it?
What?
You go George Washington, George Mason. Anything with the strong pronunciation at the start.
I don't hear it, but I felt it.
I like Invisalign Kenny. Invisalign Kenny is fun, man. Invisalign Kenny has got some excitement. This courtesy of James Ham here. He just tweeted moments ago, Buddy Hield is questionable again tonight for Sacramento. Haliburton, Parker, Metu, and Whiteside are all out. No surprise there. Hield played major minutes last night on a flat tire and tweaked his right ankle again late in the game. But as James Ham notes, he rarely misses games. So we'll keep you updated. We were just talking about courtside with the crew here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that if you're on YouTube, you'll hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up. We hope that if you're on Twitch, you'll hit the follow. Of course, you get alerted when we go live, and we go live pretty frequently, at least for right now. And we'll be back again tonight. Second show coming up at 6 o'clock. That's 60 minutes of Kings Talk. And I feel like after talking about Shaquille O'Neal and recognizable athletes and players only and all of that good stuff, we should talk about the Sacramento Kings. I'm not going to ditch the conversation about Joe Montana, though. What Joe Montana said about Tom Brady, and more specifically, what producer Jesse said about Joe Montana. And originally it was like, whoa,
this guy.
And then I thought more about it and thought,
ain't nothing to think about.
We'll talk about that.
Ain't nothing to think about.
Well, I mean, you got to be open-minded, Kenny. That's all it is. You got to be open-minded. Kings beat the LeBron-less Lakers last night, 123-120. We had Deuce and Mo on to talk earlier with us. If you missed that conversation, you could download the podcast on Apple, Google, Spotify, wherever you get podcasts from. Or, of course, you can watch it on YouTube or Twitch when the broadcast concludes here at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. No one seems to be overly excited. I mean, just getting a feel for the chat house, the tone of the call, no one seems to be overly excited about the Kings win last night. And I think you might be onto something when you talk about the Charlotte game. The Charlotte game just kicked us all in the ass. And it was like, dude, whatever. Like, what is happening at this point? Like, we had, and I think that's obviously it all, you look at the entire losing, I don't want not losing streak, but they had lost 10 of 11. The one, winning that game against Detroit, nobody was thrilled after winning that game against Detroit because it was like, one, it was Detroit. Two, it took everything you had to beat said Detroit team. And so nobody was feeling good after that. And with LeBron not playing last night, Anthony Davis not playing last night, knowing that the Lakers were probably in some way, shape, or form a little bit checked out, Kings fans aren't really riding high today following that.
Nah, man. Nah, it was a gut punch. It was a gut punch.
And then if you're in the tank crowd, you're really pissed.
Right.
You're really upset.
What I did see a lot yesterday was it don't matter. It's always good to beat the Lakers.
Okay.
So there's that. But that doesn't translate to like going into this game tonight. They're not like, oh, okay, well, maybe we can get this one. Nah. Not interested.
But you'll be like, does your opinion on this game, the Lakers game, the win, because really it's like, whatever. Does it change if they win tomorrow, or is it still, Because and I know, Deuce and Mo kind of poo-pooed at this, but it is 3 out of 4 at that point. You are going into the All-Star break, and I understand how many games they lost before that, but you're going into the All-Star break with a little bit of momentum, little bit.
I mean, I'm looking at it that way. I'm looking at it like, okay, we got a little action here, but we got to make sure if we're Kings fans and you're the Kings, that you don't get tripped up in that first game back. I'm telling you, that's on my radar.
So you're not even thinking about tonight's game. You're thinking about the game against Houston. Houston doesn't play tonight. They're done for the first half of the season. They're not going to play again until Thursday when they're at the Golden One Center. They've lost 13 in a row. And, of course, Kings fans, being the way that we are looking at this like, oh, no.
Yes, that's exactly how.
Y'all are going to come out here and try to get right.
No.
Yeah. And it's the first game before a 6-game road trip. I mean, Tyrese, we assume, again, if you caught it yesterday, Tyrese Haliburton, was in good spirits. Doesn't seem to be even remotely concerned. Says, no, it's a precaution. Want to get ready for the second half of the season. So you assume he'll be back. We don't really know the status of some of the other guys that we mentioned. I think Metu probably still has another week or two, at least another week before he's ready for whatever that means. Hassan Whiteside, honestly, we have no idea. Jabari Parker wasn't playing anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Gives Buddy a little time to heal. So it's both teams, as you noted there a couple of moments ago, both teams will kind of come out fresh in this situation, which they still have John Wall. They still have Victor Oladipo. You know what I mean? They still have capable guys. You got that as well.
Yeah. And I like Tate. I like Tate. T-A-T-E. Tate. I like Tate. So he's the type of aggressive player that I feel gives the Kings problems. I would love to see a Montrezl Harrell type with the Kings. Just
oh my gosh.
Just a bully. Just I'm not gonna be deterred. I'm on everything. And Rashawn Holmes kind of is like that, but yeah. I'd love to see a Montrezl here.
Oh my gosh, 100%. And you're talking, but who's a Montrezl Harrell type? Because Montrezl Harrell, he could be a bully, he could fight, but he's good. Like
I think he's not as good as him, but I think Rashawn Holmes has that in him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, wait a minute. Are we keeping Rashawn Holmes now? Because I think yesterday we were moving him.
I wasn't moving him. I was giving you scenarios.
You were.
But I also said, and I'll continue to say this. Well, let me ask you this. even with all the injuries and everything that was going on last night, did Montrezl Harrell start the game or did he come off the bench?
Montrez came off the bench, played 32 minutes off the bench.
I feel like Rashawn Holmes is the same type of player. At its core, at the
Okay.
end of the day. But so that means you have to be able to go get somebody to play in front of him, unless you're going to go with Marvin Bagley at the center.
Okay, I can run with all of this, but the fact is you still have to. You're not starting 4 players just so you can start Marvin at the 5. You have to have someone. If you're moving Marvin to the 5, that's fine, but you have to have someone else out there who could start in the position. Do you want to start small with De'Aaron, Tyrese? But I guess small. De'Aaron,
Do that. Another guard, in that lineup. I don't know if I want to do that.
You got to do something else.
Yeah,
You got to acquire somebody then.
and that was my whole point.
But
you acquire somebody where you get that money from after you have to pay Rashawn Holmes. So that was my whole point. That's where it all came from.
And so now we're back to moving Rashawn Holmes, which is something that it doesn't seem to we seem to be good with.
I'm not good with it. I'm not, but it may be necessary.
Wow, Christian Wood hasn't played in any of these 13 straight losses for.
Well, I'm sure he'll be back.
We talked about the stunningness of Tyrese Haliburton seemingly being the Kings' most important player. Imagine how shocking it is going into this season. Someone says to you on Houston Sports Radio, get your ear to the streets, find out what they said before the season and said, you know what? I know you're not going to believe this. Well, Christian Wood is going to be the single most important player to this team this season. Remember, Russell Westbrook was still on Houston before the season started. Remember, James Harden was still on the Houston Rockets before the season started. But someone comes to you and says, Christian Wood is going to be the most important player to this roster. Woo.
Wow.
How about that?
And you know what? Houston doesn't even have their pick.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Unreal.
That was part of the Westbrook trade, right? To get Westbrook there.
Unreal.
And then they traded. That was another one of the confusing things for me is they just traded Wall Westbrook straight up. Instead, maybe there really was no market for Westbrook. Maybe he had the same market that allegedly Buddy Hield has right now. There was just no market for him, and there was nothing that you could do. So
somebody last night. His Twitter name is like Harwood Proxy. I think it was Tom Ziller.
Okay,
is that who that is?
I don't think those are the same person, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
Maybe they are, but it's fine. Whatever.
But anyway, he was talking about he does the NBA as a whole now. He used to do Sacramento Kings stuff. I think he's still a fan, but he does NBA as a whole. And he mentioned about how Buddy Hield was playing well last night, and he was like, "Yeah, it's interesting to see that market, what that market's going to look like, as if there is a market." So I was like, I don't know. Is it just me here in Sacramento? Maybe in nationwide, they look at it completely different, and they're like, "Yeah, well, we give Buddy a shot here." I don't know.
Well, maybe people might not know. They don't. Nobody's watching Sacramento. They might look at the box score. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anyone's really lining up to watch the Sacramento Kings. Like there are league pass teams that people like to watch. Oklahoma City, I think, is a good league pass team. Like there are a couple out there. You watch young guys. Like you're sitting watching Atlantic 10 basketball and you're tugging at Oklahoma City. Why don't you drop a Sloane Stevens here for me real quick before you Oklahoma City? You got Atlantic 10 basketball on your television. But
7-7 right now here early in the first half.
Point is, Sacramento ain't one of those. They're not one of those teams that you're tuning in to see. So people look, you know what they know about Buddy Hield? He won the 3-point contest last year. You know what they know about Buddy Hield is that stat that was circulating all over social media the last couple of days. He got to 1,000 threes faster than Steph Curry. So by proxy, he's a better shooter than Steph Curry is. That's what the stat means. That's why it's being repeated to death. One thing I haven't been able to find because I'm not skilled enough to do it, and I actually worked really hard on this. I just couldn't find it. How many attempts did it take Steph Curry to get to 1,000? I mean, Steph once took 800 threes in a season. Steph made 400 threes that year.
Wow.
I mean, but that doesn't take away from what Buddy did.
Right.
Buddy hit 1,000 threes in less games. Cool. That's the stat people are seeing in the last week. And so people aren't watching the games. They're not on how bad this team has been. They just know Buddy Hield is a 3-point shooter. That's his MO. That's what people know about him.
Yeah.
They don't know the struggles from this year.
They don't know the struggle.
They don't.
They don't know the struggle.
You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, Sacramento, or radio.com. Sports station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you're here with us. We'll be with you till the top of the hour. You can watch along with the show at twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can also watch along on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that you'll follow us at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. We'll be back for 60 minutes of Kings talk leading into the final game before the All-Star break when the Sacramento Kings take on the Portland Trailblazers. We'll be with you tonight at 6 o'clock. We'll let you know what Las Vegas thinks about that game. We'll give you our final thoughts headed into that game, and we should recap a couple of things here for you as the Kings get the win last night. 123-120. LeBron James did not play. It was not pretty as LeBron James missed his first game of the season. The Lakers have actually lost 7 of their last 10. Wow. After starting the season 21-6. Of course, Anthony Davis appeared in just 1 of those 10 games. The story for the Sacramento Kings was Buddy Hield. There's 2 stories here, I think. Buddy Hield played really well last night. The Sacramento Kings, again, much like the Charlotte game, played really well offensively. But again, the theme of the season, with the exception of that 7 to 8 games, they were awful defensively, and they were able to outshoot the Los Angeles Lakers an astonishing 60%, which is that's a phenomenal number. They gave up 52% shooting. Shooting over 50% is really high.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. I'm convinced this particular group with this roster, they're going they're going to give up points. I mean, they gave up to.
It's gonna be a long year, man.
What did you say? Yes, about this particular Lakers team. LeBron had 38 the night before.
It's like 100.
They scored 104 or something like that, and they made up 60 points without LeBron James.
Yep.
I mean, against the Kings. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, they got big performances from Kyle Kuzma, who we didn't even know was going to play until the starting lineups came out. He didn't play the night before in Phoenix. And he had a big night. Damon Jones scored 0 points. There's actually no evidence that Damon Jones actually played last night for the Lakers. And they were still, that's a starter for them. And they were still in this game to the final possession where I think it was Kyle Kuzma who took the final shot. He had a hell of a look. It just didn't fall for them. Kuzma had 25. Schroeder had 28. We spent all yesterday talking about Dennis Schroeder's he's going to go off. Just keep an eye on him. I don't know that 28 is going off for him. It's certainly a good night. Montrezl Harrell had a big night. Montrezl Harrell is actually, I think after last night, he became the majority owner of the Sacramento Kings as he just has terrorized them all over. No matter what Los Angeles uniform he's wearing, he just continues to terrorize the Kings. He had 26 last night to go along with his 12 rebounds. So they got some performances. They just fell 1 shot short.
I hadn't paid attention to the Damon Jones stat line until you just mentioned it.
There's nothing to pay attention to.
Zeros across the board. He had 1 rebound and 3 fouls. Oh, he had a block too.
And I guess maybe that's the other story. Maybe that's the other story is the 6 fouls. You know what we haven't talked about today? We talked about the 6 fouls and how egregious the 5th and 6th one were on De'Aaron Fox. He had 7 turnovers last night. In a game where the team only turned the ball over 13 times, which I think is that's a pretty decent number.
Yeah, that's a good number.
De'Aaron had he did have over half of those.
I
7 turnovers for De'Aaron.
I'd like to see what kind of turnovers they were. I know a couple of times they were him getting caught in the air, made a bad pass.
He had a couple of those. Yeah.
Got picked by Jared Dudley. Man, it wasn't his best game last night. But here's the thing about De'Aaron Fox. Not his best game. Didn't shoot the ball particularly well. Still found a way to have 23 and 8 on the night. And he wasn't shooting very well for the majority of the game, but finished 9 of 18 from the field.
Mhm.
You know, he came on strong. So that's a good sign to see that he's able to do those type of things in a game where he's not particularly on fire or anything.
Harrison Barnes was 8 of 9 from the free. I keep saying, well, here's the story. Here's the story. Harrison Barnes hit free throws late.
Yes.
And that's a bit unfair and misleading for Harrison Barnes. The way I probably should have framed it that have been more fair to the team is the Sacramento Kings hit free throws late in the game, which is something we obviously didn't see on Sunday. But Harrison went 8 of 9 from the line. Kings overall were 15 of 19. That's 78%. Again, you look at these totals, 78% from the free throw line, 60% from the field.
Oof.
Man, those numbers, they just don't match. That's not what they're not supposed to be that close. They're not supposed to be that close.
They can score. I said it earlier today. They're going to put numbers up. They're going to put them up offensively.
How much is it this team can score versus teams like the Lakers who win at I would say full capacity, certainly with LeBron James in the lineup. This is a team that has the top, or certainly one of the top defensive efficiency ratings in the entire league. Like it's the Knicks and the Lakers, Knicks, Lakers, throughout the course of a week in an NBA season. And how much of that is defenses like the Lakers feeling like they could fall back a little bit and focus on the offensive end. And you probably don't expect the Kings to shoot 60%, but maybe you allow them to get their shots off because they could potentially be hot or cold.
That's a train of thought.
We saw, but that's how I feel. That's what I think happened with Brooklyn when everyone was saying Harrison Barnes is back. The team is improved. Like, I don't think this team is improved. They played against the Brooklyn Nets team that couldn't give a crap about playing on the defensive end.
Yeah, but I'll say this. If I'm coaching them, I'm looking at the team that's playing against the Kings. I'm like, all we got to do is lock up a little bit because we'll get whatever we want on the offensive end. And this could be an easy night. That's how I would approach it. Not the other way where you're like, well, they don't play defense, so you ain't got to work that hard on the defensive end because you'll get a shot back. I would look at it a little differently. I think this team legitimately can score. I think the issue is, like we always talk about, they don't have a particular identity of how they score. It's not like a pounded inside or a 3-point shooting team or fast break team. So we don't really know how they're getting their points, but they get their points almost every night.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. They do. It just it's amounted to a 14-21 record.
14-21
with 8 of those wins coming in short order. Like they came, or I guess it was it 7 or 8? I don't remember. But they came in 7 or 8 of those came in really. It was 7 of 9, I think. Those came in really, really short order. Yeah. So it just, you look at the rest of the season and you go, it ain't there. Like I got the game logs in front of me, and there's a you get past that 3-1 start, man, those L's start to appear pretty regularly. Because remember, before the 7-9 start, there was the 7-9 stretch, there was the 3-1 stretch.
Mm-hmm.
This team has just been all over the place this year. But those L's have they've with 4 game losses and 9 game losses, like those L's have just piled up in rapid order. And it's like Luke saying, well, we're not that bad. We're not that good. We're somewhere in the middle. It's like, well, what the hell does that mean? What, like, so what are we talking about? Like, is this your team? Like 14 and 21? Is that what the middle is? Is this what the team is? That would be I think we did the math earlier, like a 30-42 season. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
because that's not good in my estimation. If I'm Luke Walton, I'm not touting, we're a 30-42 team.
Well, he's not touting that.
He said we're not as bad as losing 9 in a row, or not as good as winning 7 of 8. We're somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle is somewhere at least in the vicinity of 30-42.
Well,
32-40.
I would say when he says that, he's not saying that's where we strive to be. That's not where we're right now. That's what we are.
I understand that.
To the point where we're not as up and down as we have been in this first half of the season. So I think they will remain that way, which means they will go on some streaks where they're winning some games. And I don't think they'll lose 10 in a row, but they're going to lose some games in a row.
You might want to knock on that wood desk that you got right there just to make sure that they don't drop 10 in a row, fam.
I'm gonna do that. I just did that. I'll do it again. But I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they just don't have the roster depth. They just don't have it.
Okay.
And that the injuries are going to come up. Hopefully they don't. COVID stuff is going to come up. Hopefully it doesn't. But they can't withstand that. That's what we keep saying. The thing that coincided with that losing streak was the fact that everybody went down at some point in time during that streak.
Mm-hmm.
That's who they are. If they stay healthy, then I think they'll be good. But that's asking a lot.
So you add, just hypothetically, you add a couple of quality bench players, like a Montrezl Harrell, for example. I know you love Montrezl Harrell, so I wanted to pick a guy that you like. And let's take another bench player, a tier below Montrezl Harrell, in some sort of, 6th, 7th, 8th man pecking. Fine. This team is significantly better with that depth there. Is this team significantly better?
Yeah, I think they're a better team. Absolutely.
Well, I know they're better. I'm not going to argue that one bit. They're better. I'm saying, they're 14 and 21. Are they 500? Are they above 500? Like we're attributing the losing streak is convenient in that when the guys got injured, it was following the winning streak. So we saw two just dramatically different versions of the team, right? We saw a team that was hitting on all cylinders together. Luke Walton going to the podium, say, "Hey, he's cool. Daquan's healthy, but we don't know we don't know when he's going to be able to play." To all of a sudden, De'Aaron not playing, Marvin Bagley not playing, and Daquan playing 40 minutes. You know what I mean? We went in short order to seeing a completely different basketball team. So, it worked out conveniently in that we saw the best of both worlds, or the best of one world, the worst of another, like one after the other. And so I asked, ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean in terms of what this team is going to look like after the All-Star break? If you change a couple of pieces, are they that much better? Does that mean that you're buying into Bagley, you're buying into Barnes, you're buying into Buddy, you're buying into De'Aaron, you're buying into Rashawn Holmes?
I'll say this. If they had a Montrez and a Kent Bazemore, they're 14 and 21 right now. I'm going to do some quick math work real quick. They would be, in my opinion, they'd be 17 and 18. Is that the right number?
No, 17, 3. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
I see them around there.
All right. So they're 3 games better. They're a game below 500.
Significantly?
No, I mean 3 games better. 3 games better in a 35 game stretch. Sure, I'm fine with that. It's just like we talk about moving Harrison Barnes, right? We talk about Rashawn Holmes and what his play, and now we're talking about, we just need to add bench depth.
Well, we've been saying that.
Well, sure, we have been talking about that, and obviously you need Tyrese Haliburton to come back, above all else. But why are we? Let's end the conversations with Barnes and Buddy and Bagley's future and all of that. If all we need is roster depth. See what I'm saying?
I mean, I wasn't never talking about trading those guys, except for Buddy.
Oh, okay.
But
you haven't come up with any scenarios where we can have Rashawn Holmes back here.
Because I don't know if you can do it.
You've been trying to get rid of Rashawn Holmes for 2 days.
See,
you still mad that Rashawn Holmes missed our interview?
Not
what
mad.
It is.
Not mad. Disappointed. And
I'm not mad, son. I'm not mad, son. I'm just
invitation is still there. Rashawn, you can come on anytime, man. We'll have a good old combo.
Oh, absolutely, man. And we'll let you into a full-on argument that started before the show regarding San Francisco 49ers quarterback. We'll continue to take your calls if you want to get in here, 916-349-1320. It's dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, appreciate you finding these. Will Z took Steph Curry 2,308 threes to get to 1,003 made threes. Took Buddy Hield 2,473. Okay.
Bad. So what's that? 175 more threes by Buddy to get to 1,000?
168. 167.
That's a lot of threes. That's a lot of threes. Maybe not.
I knew there was a reason no one was. I knew there was a reason that. Hey, you want to become famous? Buy followers. This looks legit. This looks 100% legit. Thank you for that, Twitch user. We're all gonna go to bigfollows.com because that doesn't sound shady whatsoever. There's probably some other radio personalities that went to bigfollows.com, and that's my bad. Always remember engagement versus followers. You can spot a phony a mile away.
That's facts.
Got 20,000 followers and 67 likes. Like, wait. Like, fam, the people that follow you really don't like you too much.
It don't add up.
They do not like you. All right, let's get this Joe Montana sound in here. Steph was 43%, but he was 40.5%. That's a good 3-point percentage.
That's a solid, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I'm knocking Buddy as a 3-point shooter. I'm not. I thought it was humorous the way that stat was being portrayed. He did it faster than Steph Curry. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Like, can you give me some more context to this? That GIF Marshall sent is yeah, Jason, I think you meant 2,000, not 200,000. But yep, that's about how. That's speaking from experience being there. 100,000 followers with 3 retweets. It's really, really noticeable on Instagram. It's noticeable on Facebook too, and y'all can see it for yourself. There are people who make good money because they've been fooled into believing someone has a certain number of Twitter followers that they don't. And always remember, companies run audits. They run audits on your, like if a company is going to sign you to a social media endorsement, they'll run an audit on your account and they'll get the engagement number, which I think is like a good engagement number is like 4 to 6%. Like that's like an average. Sorry, an average engagement number is 4 to 6%. A good engagement number is like 10%.
So if you have 100 followers, if 4 people like or retweet, then that's average.
40. No, 100 followers, 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's average. Yeah. Yep.
I don't know what my engagement is. This depends on what I'm
Your
talking
braces pick was lit.
Yeah, people were like, let's go. Let's go on that journey.
Go to bigfollows.com. I know y'all just heard about it right there. The NCAA tournament is 15 days away. Catch all the tournament games on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Damien Barling, Kenny Caraway here with you for the next 40-ish minutes or so. We'll be with you till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. And if you just can't get enough, of D'Lo and KC and you can't get enough conversation about the Sacramento Kings, come back at 6 o'clock, man. The Kings are going to wrap up the first half of the NBA season in Portland tonight. They'll take on the Portland Trailblazers, and we'll get you ready for that game. 60 minutes of Kings Talk. We'll let you know what BetQL thinks about the game. The Lakers covered the spread last night. It was the Kings by 4, and they wound up winning by 3. So the Lakers covered. That's why I can't gamble, man. That's why I can't gamble. That would have just ripped my stomach to shreds.
You would have been praying for overtime.
I would have been praying. You know what? Part of me thought, too, for a minute, all right, 3-point game, this is going to overtime. Like and then when I saw Kyle Kuzma get that shot up, because I told you before, I stream stuff, so I'm always behind. And when we're in, like I have to do some social media stuff for ESPN and that D'Lo and KC and all of that. So a lot of times, especially in close games, I have the box score in front of me, and I'll see the box score change before it changes on my TV. And that's what happened in the Charlotte game. I was like, oh my God, they tied it. But there's a second left. And I'm like, okay, someone called, but they didn't have any timeouts. And I was so confused. And I'm watching this and I'm like, oh my God, did they foul someone? And then right as I said that out loud to nobody, the score clicked to 1-2. I was like, oh man, that's what happened, huh?
That's
all righty.
That's gonna be an all-timer, man. That night.
Oh yeah, it was legendary. That was, and for all of the wrong reasons. And as our man Ramsey says, that's what they like to call a bad beat. That's definitely. Most definitely what it is. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. Again, 60 minutes of Kings Talk coming up at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Of course, we'll be live on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and all of those. We hope that you'll follow us there. If you're on YouTube right now, please hit the thumbs up button. Please hit the subscribe button as well, as you have continued to help us grow those social media channels. I thought I'd bring a story that was a little bit close to your heart. We were talking about this just kind of casually before the show started. It actually wasn't even meant to be a part of the show. We were just kind of talking about it. And as everyone on the stream has learned, we call audibles pretty regularly.
Yeah.
This particular conversation is an audible. This was Joe Montana. This was First Take yesterday, I think. Here's Joe Montana in response to Tom Brady in his place in history.
Well, I think Tom has, taken his place on the top up there a long time ago. So he's had a tremendous career. It's fun to watch. And, everybody always contests over that. But I think if you look at what Tom's been able to accomplish in his time that he's played, I think it's, puts him definitely up there in the top of the list. There's a lot of great guys. As I said before me, even, you go back to Otto Graham, who won 10 or 11 championships. So it's hard to compare them, but, if you're looking at it, yeah, definitely Tom.
So I'm sorry. I want to do this. We were talking about this, so I want to mention this because we did just bring it up a minute ago. James Ham just tweeted this. The NBA last 2-minute report admits officials missed a Montrezl Harrell offensive foul against Harrison Barnes with 1.2 seconds remaining. Also said Holmes' offensive foul against Harrell with 1:44 remaining was incorrect.
Oh, yeah, that was terrible. They looked at that play.
They looked and still got it wrong. Like, come on, man.
I mean, the NBA refs are embarrassing themselves, man. Night in and night out.
Either James Ham is still tweeting, but I don't see anything about De'Aaron and the phantom foul. Here it is. Lastly, the last 2-minute reports. The last 2-minute report says that Harrison Barnes traveled on his go-ahead basket.
I thought he traveled in real time, to be honest with you. I was like,
so did I, but I mean, come on.
On the right side? How did that happen? Okay.
There's seriously nothing about that phantom foul against De'Aaron Fox?
Wow.
Wowzers. Okay.
No respect for number 5, man.
Wow.
No respect.
I mean, again, the 5th one, I think it's a bad argument. You could make one. Again, I think it's bad. But the 6th foul, like, he literally did not touch him.
Yeah.
I guess you can only admit a certain number of mistakes in the last 2-minute report. Maybe that's it. Maybe they got a mistake quota. I'm sorry. I'm just refreshing James Ham. I'm fully expecting another tweet to come. It's not happening. Okay. Good. Type faster. It's not. Okay. So I guess it's new meaning to the phrase, you literally can't breathe on the Lakers. You could call for a foul. I guess they figured LeBron's not here. We can't have the obligatory you breathed on the king foul. So we'll go ahead and get De'Aaron here.
We'll found something about it here.
Fox moves laterally in Schroeder's path after his gather and contacts affects his driving shot attempt.
Come on, man. Stop. That's why I don't like referees, man. I don't like referees.
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do. They're good people.
No, I don't
They're
like
just
referees.
bad.
They're bad. I don't like referees when they got the stripes on or with the gray shirt, whatever.
Well,
Off
it's
the
the
court.
National Officials League.
They're so terrible at their job. And I would spend years defending referees because it's not easy to referee a basketball game. I understand.
Have you ever
that.
done it?
Yeah, not even at that level. Like,
Well, I mean, yeah.
obviously not that level, but kids, and that's like not even little kids where they travel all the time, but like sixth graders. It's like, okay, was that a foul? Was that not a foul? Like, it's not as easy as it seems, but they just get fooled over and over again, and it's really embarrassing. It really, and that's before we talk about the technical fouls and throwing people out and all this other stuff. They are becoming too much of the conversation, and Adam Silver needs to talk to these guys.
I'm starting to think maybe did I see it wrong? Like they're pretty definitive in that he slid under, he slid under him, and that's what caused the foul to be called. I mean, it ultimately it doesn't matter. The Kings wound up winning the game. It's such a bad call, especially for a guy like De'Aaron, who can't seem to get a foul called for him.
Right.
He can't get a foul called in his favor. He gets one of arguably the worst, at least in my estimation, fouls called against him.
After the fifth foul, De'Aaron comes off a pick and roll with pretty much just as much contact on the offensive end. He makes the layup. No whistle, no nothing.
Yeah, I don't see it, man. I'm looking at it again on. I don't see it. But
And
whatever.
look here, on the flip side, not to say we're just homers in this whole thing, I thought Montrezl Harrell technical was ridiculous.
Oh,
He
sure.
said, all he said was and one.
And one. Yeah, that's a bad. But remember, we're here to see the officials. We're here to see the officials. That's been the theme of the week. And again, I mean, I don't know. I assume because, everything is totally normal and we're having an all-star game with a dunk contest and all that stuff. I assume Adam Silver is going to give, his kind of state of the NBA address. I can't imagine if he doesn't address it, it's not the first thing that's going to be asked. Like, dude, you have had a terrible problem this week with officials. No one's going to bring up Sacramento and De'Aaron and Montrezl Harrell because nobody cares. But they're going to bring up Devin Booker because Devin Booker is an all-star and that game was on national television. That's going to be brought up. I think J.J. Redick's play will be brought up just because J.J. Redick is universally respected in the league. That's going to be brought up. These quick triggers from the officials, man, they've got to better get this under wraps a little bit because this is a bit foolish. And I mean, I know the De'Aaron Fox thing wasn't a quick trigger, but that's just bad officiating in my estimation.
It was embarrassing.
Bad officiating.
And when you talk about getting fooled, on the fifth foul, Schroeder was doing a lot of grabbing of De'Aaron's shorts and hitting his hand out of the way. It's an old, vet move or whatever, cool. But I mean, Schroeder had more contact on De'Aaron than De'Aaron had on him on that play.
Yeah. Schroeder got the clout, I guess. I don't know.
Man, you got
Schroeder got the clout.
You got to respect Schroeder. Can't wait till I get that number 17 Lakers jersey.
It's on the way. Yeah. It's on the way. It's your Christmas present. Yeah, I just keep looking at this replay. I'm going to turn that off. I didn't mean to derail us. I feel like I need to run this back one more time. Joe Montana on First Take.
I think Tom has, taken his place on the top up there a long time ago.
So we can kind of ended it there. He was asked about where he placed Tom Brady in terms of the pantheon of great quarterbacks. Many people consider Joe Montana the greatest quarterback that ever lived. And then Jesse hit us with a line, our producer, that it certainly got my partner's attention. But Jesse, you wanna run that back for us one more time? What you said about Joe Montana before the show started?
Yeah, gladly. He is Joe Namath with a red jersey.
Erroneous. Completely erroneous.
Now,
Wait. Let's not get past that. You can go in here. Yeah, gladly. There's nothing to be glad about that, Jesse. Nothing to be glad about that. What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, go ahead, Jesse.
I'm just saying, look at the guy's numbers. Like, yeah, he's got the Super Bowls, but he had Jerry Rice, he had Roger Craig, you got Ronnie Lott on the defense. He had, that team is stacked. All he had to do was score about 25 points and the game's over because that defense isn't giving up more than 20. All right, the guy never hit 4,000 yards. Kenny earlier said that no one was able to do that. There's actually one guy who did. that guy is better than Joe Montana. That's Dan Marino. Joe Montana, to me, he was never the GOAT. He was just on a great team. He's not a bad quarterback. I'm not saying he's bad, but he's just never the GOAT.
You know who did?
1 second.
Hey, who makes this?
You know who did throw for 4,000 yards in 1967?
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
The entire league?
Joe Namath threw for 4,000 yards in 1967. Now, please don't get. I think Joe Namath stinks. I think he is terribly, terribly overrated. I think he's in the Hall of Fame because he posed courtside, or he posed poolside with some models. He wore a pink coat and he waved his finger and he made a prediction. See, it's cute when Joe Namath does it, right? And he does all that stuff and he makes these predictions and like whatever. I just feel like he is just terribly, terribly overrated. Now, Joe Montana.
You're forgetting another reason why he gets all that love.
Okay.
Played in New York. Broadway Joe.
Sure.
If he was J Street Joe, it wouldn't have the same effect.
Sure. The most yards Joe Montana ever threw, 3,944. That was in 1990.
That was a 4,000-yard season. Let's just call it what it was.
It's false. It's 3,944. That is not 4,000 yards.
He needed one more slant pass to Jerry Rice. I mean, not a big deal.
4,001 yards, that's a 4,000-yard season. 3,944 yards, not so much. Is Joe Montana's career romantic? He threw for 31 touchdowns one time. I mean, he's got a good touchdown to interception ratio. Can we take Joe Montana out of the greatest of all time category and now question if he's overrated?
Oh gosh, this is what. See what you started, Jesse. See what you started.
All I'm saying is he's a great quarterback. He just was never the GOAT.
What do you mean he was never the GOAT?
I'll take it. He might not be.
Marino got better numbers. Marino had those guys. If he played on the Niners, they're winning the Super Bowl every year. Like I said, all Montana had to do was put up more than 20 points, and they're winning the game. Marino puts up 37. They give up 38.
Marino was more talented. I'll give you that. But the bottom line is he wasn't better. At some point, what do we do? What do we want? Why do we play these games, Damien?
So
we play to win the game.
So the one thing about Brady is so Super Bowls, because we've always wins and losses have somehow become quarterback stats. I know it's one of Trey Wingo's greatest pet peeves is wins and losses have become quarterback stats. Now apparently in the NFL, Super Bowls have become, because no one ever says Tom Rathman's got 3 Super Bowls or 5 Super Bowls or however many he won as the San Francisco 49er. No one ever points out what Roger Craig did or Brent Jones or any of those guys. It's Joe Montana.
Still not in the Hall of Fame, which is a travesty. Change the game.
Okay, that's an entirely different conversation that I am not prepared to dive into whatsoever. But Tom Brady's numbers, Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. I don't think that's in conversation anymore. But it's not just because of the amount of Super Bowls that he's won. It's the incredible numbers that he put up on the way to those Super Bowls. He is the reason that the team won the Super Bowl. Is Joe Montana just part of the reason that the San Francisco 49ers won Super Bowls in the 80s?
He's part of the reason. I'll say that. He's part of the reason. But he still got it done.
Should Joe Montana be diminished a little bit because a quarterback just walked in right after him and essentially did the same exact thing?
No, because that's one of the great quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah. My thing is that they won with Joe. They didn't win because of Joe, I think.
Is Steve Young better than Joe Montana?
He might be.
Dude, I'm dead serious. He might be.
He better than Marino, too.
Steve Young?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve Young, one of the most underrated quarterbacks of all time.
I think he might be. Maybe the time frame is too short.
I'm gonna say this, Jesse. Do you think that Drew Brees is better than Tom Brady?
No.
It's the same argument I have for Marino and Montana.
See, but wouldn't you say Brady's numbers are pretty comparable to Brees?
They're comparable.
I think Brees is
Sure, go ahead, Damon.
No, I just think Breeze's numbers, like his numbers are higher, aren't they? Like
They're
yards.
I took a look. It's not drastically. Like
Okay.
a lot of them, Breeze is 1, Brady might be 3 or 4, Brady might be 2. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not drastic. That's a fine point. But I also compare the style. People weren't playing like Marino. Like Marino would fit into this time. You know what I mean? Where they're just slinging everything around. No running game, none of that, just slinging around with Marino. And he played more of a current style of football when he played. Montana, they were just getting they were just getting the forward pass going.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Show some respect.
I don't know. I've never really dug into I've never like dove into like Joe Montana's numbers before.
Marino was more talented. I would definitely say that. Jesse calling Montana the Joe Namath of the 80s is just
what it is funny.
Mr. Tapia, where's he at?
I think he's in the Twitch.
He's gonna have to sit down and talk to his son about this disrespectful nature that he's got going on here when talking about Joe Montana and what he achieved for the San Francisco 49ers. Don't be disrespectful.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Jesse Sr. probably agrees with his take right there. Again, just going out on the limb, 916-349-1320. Let's see what our man Sam says. Sam, what's going on, baby?
What's going on, fellas? Well, first of all, I am old enough to know the story behind Joe Namath because I'm actually several decades outside of your target audience.
Hey, man, we appreciate you. We welcome everybody.
So let me put my checkbook down here so I can tell you the story. So anyway, Joe Namath isn't in. I also want to talk about Montana, though. But Namath isn't in because what he accomplished on the field. He's in because he's one of those, you can't tell the history of the league, the AFL, the NFL merger without Joe Namath. He was the first big college guy to sign in the AFL, and the headline was $400,000, which at that time was the deal. Now, the story was the AFL was the first profit share league, and all the other owners had pitched in to pay for that salary. And they were going to take Joe Namath out of Alabama and put him in the biggest market, New York. You're correct about that. And this is how this came to be. So that was a real pivotal moment. And then he won the first Super Bowl for the AFL. So that's why he's in. Most people will say his passing game, even going back to his Alabama days, were left in the backseat of the car, with the Johnny Walker. But anyway, I will tell you, if you're not sure Montana's greatness, the first Super Bowl they won, their running back was a guy named Famous Lawrence, and they averaged 3.2 yards a carry. And their big receiver on that team was Dwight Clark and Freddie Solomon. And I believe the second, he won 4 of these things, man. He didn't luck in because
beat the hell out of Marino.
Go back to the 1978 Cotton Bowl, and you will see Joe Montana with Fluke driving his team 90 yards for the winning touchdown. That guy had a lot of fourth quarter. He was Mr. Clutch. So before we just dismiss this dude, and no, Steve Young is not better. I will tell you, and Kenny, you're going to get mad at me, but in those NFC championships with Dallas, if we had swapped number 8 with Dallas, we would have been winning those 10.
Nah, Sam, no.
Wow.
Hey, Sam, no way, no. Maybe you might have an argument. No way, Aikman was better than Steve Young. No.
Aikman was surrounded by talent, and his numbers will never be as big. But just look at turnovers in those games between those two guys, and you're going to see that Steve Young played some of his worst games in those NFC Championship games head to head.
That's great stuff, Sam. Thank you, Sam. We'll let Kenny fester here for a minute, but we appreciate you, my friend.
All I'll say is Steve Young was going up against a significantly better defense in those 2 NFC Championship games. So that's where some of those turnovers come from. Now, when the Niners stepped up their game on the defensive end in '94, well, we turned Aikman over, I think, 2-3 times in the NFC Championship game. Maybe it's just one, but for sure it was one. And Eric Davis took it to the house. Aikman wasn't better than Steve Young. Now, here's another thing I'll say once again. Marino was more talented than Tom Brady, or excuse me, than Joe Montana. I will say that. But it reminds me of what's going on today. I think Aaron Rodgers is more talented than Tom Brady. There's things that Aaron Rodgers does that Tom Brady can't do physically. But I think Tom Brady's a better quarterback. Does that make sense?
You mean Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback?
Aaron Rodgers, no, I think Tom Brady is better. I think he is better than Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
But Aaron Rodgers is more talented than Tom Brady.
Okay.
There's things that Aaron Rodgers
can
do on the field that Tom Brady can't.
Okay.
I think that's how Marino and Montana is.
Well, Joe got the rings. Tom got the rings. I guess that's the measurement of quarterbacks which is fascinating. It's the measurement of quarterbacks in the NFL, except for Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, and Drew Brees. Those guys it doesn't matter for. But for Tom Brady, for Peyton Manning, for some reason he had to get the second one. I guess because his brother already had a couple. Like it's like, all right, so we kind of moved the goalpost as we jump from quarterback to quarterback to quarterback.
Can I also say something else here as a 49ers fan?
Say whatever you want to.
I think I speak for a lot of people. I think I speak for my people. When I say, I think we love Young a little more than we love Montana. Now, it's also age specific. My generation, I'm 37. I think we love Steve more than Joe. If you're 47 and a 49ers fan, you probably remember what Joe did and the catch and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, Joe has not endeared himself to the 49ers the way Steve has since retirement.
Joe feels like like he just isn't interested in the spot. Like I was surprised to see him on First Take on ESPN, this week, because I don't think he's into that. Like I just think he prefers to kind of fall back.
You know what it is, and this is what I'm hearing, from my people on the streets in San Francisco. If the check is large enough, Joe will be there.
Okay.
If the check ain't large enough,
well,
he ain't doing it.
Is there something wrong with that?
No, get your money. But I'm just saying, Steve Young come back without the check. See, Joe wasn't even there on the final game of Candlestick because of I couldn't be there because of da-da-da-da. Nobody hearing that.
I mean, does he? Okay. I mean, I guess this would get into an entirely different conversation. Didn't we just have this argument about Chris Webber like a day ago?
Yeah.
Like Chris doesn't owe the organization anything. Joe Montana doesn't owe the organization anything.
He don't owe the organization or the fans anything, but him coming back does. That's for the fans. That's for the fans.
Okay.
I mean, and then he wonder why I don't have a home or whatever. If they would have left, I wouldn't have had a place to go to and see my name, my jersey in the rafters and all this stuff. So I'm glad they're there, but you'll never come to see it in the rafters.
But why does that bother you so much? Why did it bothers you with Chris? I don't understand. And I don't think it's exclusive to you, by the way. Like when we had this conversation about Chris Webber and him coming back, to do the TNT games and not really being here, any other times, there were a lot of Kings fans who jumped in the chat that were saying they weren't feeling that. And they weren't feeling, Chris and they don't understand what's gone wrong in his relationship with the organization and all of that different stuff. Like, why does that bother you so much?
Because we want him back.
Oh, it's just for you.
Want him back.
Okay.
We want to give Chris Webber a standing ovation when we can get back in the arena. We want to give him a standing ovation.
He's gotten that. Like how many times you want him to come back?
Amen. We want to give him a standing ovation like every 2 months. We want to give him one once a year. He don't even come once a year.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I just don't get it. Like, why does he need to be back here once a year? Oh, I don't understand.
I'd be here once a year.
Well, it's because you're an attention seeker. You need the applause because you don't get applauded there enough in your palatial palace in Elk Grove.
Man, they be walking past me like I don't exist.
Well,
Nigga, like, go do something. Get out of my face.
I did hear that story today. How they're not used to the new hours, and like sometimes you're home,
Oh yeah,
and they're like, "Dude, what are you doing here? Don't you have something to do? Like, why are you here right now?"
yeah, they're so through with me. They're like, when does the studio open up? When can you go to the studio?
I've also heard stories about you coming downstairs to watch hockey, and you being thrown out of the living room.
I just wanted to see this goal real quick. Playoff hockey, you know what I'm saying? I want to see what was going on.
The Queen Bee now has a code. She has a line to use anytime you do that I've given her. So I'm not going to share that with you. That's between me, her, and my man Reese. So that's between us, but you'll know it. You'll know it when you hear it. So just be on.
I'll just go to the garage.
You get, because at the Casa de Caraway, there's TVs everywhere. I'm telling you, it's better than whatever your favorite sports bar is. There are TVs all over the place. There's one, like they look like computer monitors lined up. Like, no, they're just TVs lined. I mean, there's Xfinity boxes all over the place. It's a phenomenal setup.
Yeah, man.
I came in singing. I walked into your house singing. Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see, that's how I dream to be.
Hey, I will say this though. I don't let Damien fool you. I've been to Damien's house.
Oh, stop it. Don't try to run the bit back on me.
No, man. Come on, man.
Everybody knows I live in
a nice house.
Please, I got carpet. Y'all, ain't a shred of carpet in Kenny's house.
My choice.
No. See, Kenny trying to turn the bit around on me. That ain't going to work.
These houses have been here for a minute, not Damien's.
Okay. ain't no Maserati out in my house like there was in Kenny's. Parks all over the landscaping. I was like, man, KC got it going on. Jason Anderson sent me a couple of notes here as we were talking. We appreciate JA for listening. He's telling us we've got to go back and we've got to watch De'Aaron Fox. We got to watch his legs on that Fox foul. I think that's where the contact occurs. I closed Synergy. I guess I'll pull it back up. And he quotes contact, meaning that it was minimal at best. And again, I don't know why I'm fussing so much over these fouls. I guess it's just a situation where De'Aaron doesn't get the call, but he's getting these terrible fouls called on him.
Hey, man, that wasn't a foul. That wasn't a foul.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just got thrown off by a headline that popped. It's a slow day, apparently, because this headline just popped up on my phone, and I don't know how I'm not supposed to read it. By the way, Kings Trailblazers tonight. We got you. 6:00, 60 minutes of Kings talk. Baker Mayfield thinks he and his wife almost 100% saw a UFO on their way home from dinner last night. Bruh.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
A UFO for Baker. Okay.
You want to know? We got Manny on the line. We got to get to Manny. And Joe, call back if you want to. We got a couple minutes. But real quick, you know when the majority of UFO sightings happen?
When? No, yeah. I have no idea.
In broad daylight. That's a misconception. The people, I'm in a cornfield in the middle of the night and I see this UFO in the sky. It's actually in the daylight. But we never pay attention because we're in the middle of the day and we go about our business and we don't.
Have you ever seen a UFO?
I don't think so.
I thought I saw one night coming home on I-5 outside of like the arena in those fields by the arena.
Oh, yeah. That's where they would be if you saw one.
Those I didn't know at the time. Those were the early stages of drones. People were flying their drones out there that had lights on them. I was like, what is that? Well, no, I saw the people out there. They got closer. At least I hope it was them. Maybe they were flying UFOs around. Kenny, I don't know. Manny, fix this. Manny, clean this up. What's going on, man?
Nobody's even trying to fly into Cleveland, let alone over Cleveland. I don't know what he's drinking. I want some of what he got.
Says the Chicago guy. Yeah, says the Chicago guy.
Had a good night.
You know, I don't even have a horse in the race of the Montana stuff because I've never seen a good, I've seen okay quarterbacks in my lifetime from my team. But, I mean, he was a marvel to watch. I always feel like the older we get, like with everything that's around social media, you would think people instant access to watch old stuff, and they would go, maybe it's too grainy for them, kind of like Kenny's shirt at times. But I mean, dude, I always marveled at playing. I mean, watching him, and like even on Tecmo Bowl, like everybody wanted to be the San Francisco 49ers on Tecmo Bowl. I mean, Montana, Craig, and all that. Like how it's amazing to me how many people over time forget stuff if somebody is not like in the spotlight on a daily basis. Like I think nobody ever showed Mike all the time. You know, oh, Mike was doing who's that? It's like, dude, go back, watch this stuff.
Okay.
It's easily accessible.
No one ever says that. No one ever says who's Mike.
I'm not saying like you. I'm saying like if he was never around again, if you never heard him, because Montana you barely ever see him, right? Like,
right. And that's probably a great point, Manny. Like, thanks, man. Out of sight, out of mind. Right, like so much, and Joe Montana didn't play in the era like that. That era is becoming extinct. Like he didn't play in the era where everything is in your face and accessible. And I'm guilty of it. When I see something standard definition come on, I'm taking a hard pass.
What?
Like I am not watching that. That is that's like a different. That must have been the generation like when you switched from color and you saw something in black and white. It was like, hey,
I don't need to watch TV that bad.
That ain't gonna happen. Like I don't need to see this show. I'm moving along here. But
ironically, Manny makes Jesse's point when he's like, "Oh yeah, we're Tecmo Bowl, and yeah, Roger Craig and Jerry Rice." He's making his point actually, but
that's all false. When you had Tecmo Bowl, you played with Bo Jackson and nobody else. And if you were playing somebody who did you really like on a Nintendo,
on the Switch, you can get the old games.
Oh, okay. How'd you do?
I was killing.
Were you the 49ers or were you Bo Jackson?
I don't remember.
Because I don't even call it being the Raiders. You were Bo Jackson. Like that's the only. You didn't pick the Raiders for any other reason than to be Bo Jackson.
I'm pretty sure I was the 49ers. I always go straight to the 49ers, Giants, Kings on all my video games.
Whew, that's a tough way to play video games, man, when you're playing with the Kings.
Man,
unless you're playing them old NBA Jam joints.
Look, how about this? Before, I remember specifically, before 2011, when I would pick the Niners, that was ugly. Alex Smith, and it was struggle. And then they got good. And people were like, "Oh, you only picking the Niners because they got the best defense in the league." I was like, "No, I didn't pay my dues. I've been playing with the Niners forever, and it was ugly for them years."
I've earned this moment.
Absolutely.
I have absolutely earned this moment. So has Ben Roethlisberger. I think we mentioned this. Ben Roethlisberger, he got his contract, reworked. He really Ben Roethlisberger says basically you can pay me $5 million less per year. You can you can pay me $5 million less this year. Spread it out over 2 years, and I'll still leave the organization at the end of the year. Like I think Ben really thought he was about to be unemployed.
No, they told him. I'm sure.
I mean, you're right. They did. They flat out told him. You're right. You're 100% right.
You take this deal, or we'll cut you.
Yep. No, you're right.
He's like,
and he said, "I'll take the deal."
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. What would the market have been for Ben Roethlisberger for a year? Because he didn't sign. This isn't an extension. This is a reworked deal. Like Ben Roethlisberger's last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers, based on this deal, is still this year. He is essentially, you hear this term more with coaches, but he is essentially a lame duck quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's going to make the draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers, even though they finished with a really good regular season record, it's going to make their draft pick a whole lot more interesting, as I'm not sure this was a team. I mean, maybe given Ben Roethlisberger's age and their cap situation, people were already thinking about it, but I don't know. I'll have to scour a little bit through Mel Kiper, 2.0 or whatever draft thing is out now. Does he have the Steelers going quarterback late in the first round? Or
I feel like I saw somewhere where the one of the mocks where somebody was talking about the Steelers moving up, taking the quarterback. No, not too high.
Moving up.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, not too high. Not like a Trey Lance or nothing like that, but maybe a Mac Jones or something like that. So, or maybe, they're taking what's the dude's name that Chris Sims like? Trevor Mond from Texas A&M.
Oh yeah, like Chris Sims did a good job of getting attention for his first quarterback rankings, and remember that's all what this is for. Chris Sims is going to come out. We're trying to get Chris Sims on the show next week, by the way. Chris Sims, he's going to come out with 10 more of these, but he wants you to see the first one So you come back for the second one, and he had Zach Wilson rated as the number 1 quarterback. But what's always fascinating about these things, Kenny, is when they come out, no more games are being played.
Right.
So these guys use the line of, well, I talked to more coaches, I watched more film, I did this, I did that, and all of a sudden this guy has moved up my draft board 10 slots, and now all of a sudden, like everybody knew all along, Trevor Lawrence is back to being the number 1 quarterback in the upcoming draft.
Right. That's what I talk about with the college basketball thing. I was like, man, got about 3 weeks, because once the 3 weeks is over, ain't much going to change. Ain't nobody playing.
Right. But it'll change. You know it will. You know it will. Kellen Mond is a terrible quarterback name. That just doesn't have that, like Trey Lance. That sounds like sounds like Varsity Blues. Like that's got a good name. Kellen Mond.
Justin Fields is a good one too.
Justin Fields is a good one. Yeah, there's some good ones out there, but Kellen Mond from Texas A&M. That doesn't. You can't chant it. Like you can't you want a jersey with Mond on the back of it? That's tough.
Well,
that's tough.
Once he becomes a Niner quarterback, I'll be like, hey, Kellen Mond, my guy.
You were rocking CJ Beathard about 2.5 months ago, so knock it off. Knock it off. You have CJ Beathard over for dinner this past off season?
Relax.
Okay.
Never was rocking CJ.
Casade Caraway. He's not that bad. He's an NFL quarterback, which
he may have turned into a good backup.
It's technically accurate. CJ Beathard is actually an NFL quarterback. And we're going to be back here at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. We'll hope that you'll join us here on the radio.com app or on ESPN 1320. If you want to watch along with the show, or if that's your best way to listen to it, you can on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Make sure you hit the follow button there. You can hit the share button as well on YouTube, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're watching there, make sure you hit the thumbs up. That's super important. And make sure that you subscribe as well. If you can't be with us for courtside tonight at 6 o'clock, no worries. We'll recap everything that happens with the Sacramento Kings and the Portland Trailblazers tomorrow here at noon when D'Lo and KC take the air on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Woo! Say wrap. Area 50. Never been to. Have you, Rob? Have you been to Area 51? Oh, I guess so. Up there with like midnight, saw some creepy stuff. Yeah, it was fun. That's a Rob. It feels like a cultural thing.
It's not what I do.
That
or
feels
my family or my people.
that feels like a cultural thing. Roddy, there you are. Roddy, did you get the note about Marcus Garvey? I want to make sure that you knew who was at the bottom of my. That's what. Here's our round of applause for the show from our man Warren. Thank you, Warren. We need applause. We need a standing ovation once a month, like Chris Webber, or like Kenny thinks we need to give Chris Webber.
I want Chris Webber to come back to Sacramento more often.
All right, ain't nothing wrong with that.
You know, I've said this before, but you know who I really want to come back, who never comes back?
Yeah, I think I do. Williams. Yeah. I don't even know what he did. Didn't he do the big three for a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know what he just hangs out.
His son is really good.
Appreciate you, Jason. Thanks, man. We need the love.
Oh no, he didn't do big three. I think he might have did the big three, but he for sure did the basketball tournament. That's where I first saw him.
Okay. All right. I'm hungry, man. We gotta go.
Me too.
And we gotta come back at 6.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully, this might be the last one. Might be. We might do some web-only ones. Some web.
Yeah. We're going to be on the World Wide Web here at AOL chat room.
We might do some exclusive like Twitch and YouTube shows.
I got a new disc.
You see? There you go. Check out the 223 Foundation. Okay, Warren. I'll check it out. Like, are you kidding or are you serious? I assume Warren's serious, so I'll check it out. 220. I have no idea what that is, but I told you, man. Me and Cheryl from Elk Grove, we're gonna change the world together. So watch out for that.
I've been telling her for a minute. I was like, yeah, I got to introduce you to Damien. There's some things y'all can work on. Yeah.
She brought me some alcohol, so that's all it really boils down to. Oh, he did do he got injured.
He got hurt on the first game, I think. Yeah.
That's right. I remember that. All right, everybody, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for the support. Thanks for being in the chat room. You guys were pretty hot today, man. You helped us get us through the day, man. We appreciate you. See you tomorrow. I mean, if you're back at 6, dope. If not, we'll see you tomorrow at 12, man. We appreciate